I'm now in the game of Mrs. Hu Yifan with Koneru, because this was one of the interesting encounters. The opening moves are, of course, going very quickly. I will have to switch to the other boards as well, and I will try now to cover the game of Zhukova Kademalsharyeh against Zhukova, which was also very quickly made opening moves, knight f6, and I will go just to see. This is it, yes. I will just make this mix Kademalsharyeh-Zhukova. I will show you the position which was on the board. So c5, d5, d5, b5, pawn takes. This is this Blumenfeld gambit, which was very well known opening already in the times of Benko. They call it also Benko gambit, and this is the opening which was applied by many strong players, even Carlsen today, and Garry Kasparov was playing. Many great players did play this opening. Okay, we are going to see what will happen later. There are no many interesting ideas for the moment, because everything is on theoretical knowledge so far. This is all well known. So we are just going to continue making. Now I'm going to switch to the game of Anna Muzichuk against Pogonina, because this is one of the very famous encounter. They were both well known to each other, so they played many games so far, and I think the opening choice was very solid, chosen by the black pieces, and this is going to be, of course, one kind of so castles, and then bishop e7, rook e1. This is happening, all known theoretical moves. Nothing will be surprised so far, and they will probably start thinking after some while. But while this happens, let's go to see other game like Skripchenko-Kramling, because I think this would be interesting game for the people of France, because Skripchenko today plays under the French flag, and Pia Kramling lost the game yesterday, so they will have both probably to make some kind of so the game happened e4 c5, so knight f3, knight c6, knight c6, bishop b5, which is 2, and then Pia Kramling played move e5, which is not very often played move, but it is of course possible. So this is the kind of the game which started a little bit not on very known theoretical level, but it is a very logical way of play, which we will come later back to this game again. So now let's better now move to Stefanova Kostenyuk, because we would like. I'm afraid that this kind of game will have probably low thinking in the beginning, not very, because Stefanova is the player who plays d5. So we are having g3, knight f6, bishop g7, bishop f5, and now of course Stefanova will take her time to see. She will play, of course, d3 sooner or later, and later she will try something, but we come back to this position again a little bit later. It's all theoretical moves. I wouldn't like. Now let's go to the game of Dzagnidze Muzichuk Maria, because they have also some kind of let's say interesting way of dealing their position, but they started not so quickly as the others, probably because they are still now in the beginning moves, and White is thinking now what to do, because Muzichuk Maria used to play some Grunfeld defense or even King's Indian, but Grunfeld defense, and now probably the Dzagnidze is thinking maybe to play move f3 if possible. So this is why she's taking her time, and I would like now to come back to Kadem al-Sharieh with Zhukova, because this game became a little bit advanced now. So we are here in the position where knight z3 was played, bishop g7. It was played now a7 to make the rook take this pawn, and then pawn came to e4. So we have this position on the board, which is all more or less theoretical. I don't know if a7 was necessary to be played, but in a way, sometimes this black rook on a7 is very useful, because black will be able to double rooks on a line or on b line with the queen and so on. So I don't know, but black will have to lose time anyhow by playing bishop a6 in order to exchange these white square bishops and get its own play. No, so we have this position again. Now we move by order, let's say, to the game of Muzicuk Pogonina, because their opening moves are played rather quickly. So here it happened the castle, then move happened c3, pawn to d6, and now we are having this quickly d4, which is a bit unusual, because h3 move was more solid to play. Of course, black is taking immediately chance to pin the knight on f3 and make some kind of pressure on d4. So that is the reason why white is obliged to defend this pawn on e4, that in order, if this happens, when bishop take here and queen takes here, this pawn here on d4 is defended. So this is the reason why bishop e3 is played. So now, of course, the most logical line in this position would be probably to take on d4. Pawn, that's what she did, yes. She took on d4, and then after knight a5, bishop will go probably, I'm sorry, this is the main variation. No, sorry, cancel. This is no. d4, bishop g4, bishop e3, and now e takes d4, correct? C takes d4, and now knight a5 is the move. Of course, this is the theoretical line. Knight would come to c4, bishop will come back to c1, and maybe the move c5 will happen, which is probably going to be some kind of the position which is also theoretically very well known. Theoretically c5, and now the question is black will play probably d5 or some other move, or maybe even first b3 in order to force knight to b6, for example, like this. So these are well-known theoretical positions, which both of them, I'm sure, are well prepared to play, because when you choose such a variation, it is very likely that this might happen. So I'm going to go back to come to the official position, and this is the official position for the moment. Later we come back to this game when we see the next one, Hu Yifan, how the progress of this has happened. So we were seeing this very few opening moves, which were rather known, because Koneru. So this is just a theoretical line, and we have now d4, d5, g3, bishop e7, bishop g2, castles. I think knight c3 happens, d5. I'm sorry. The real order of moves is a little bit different, because she played knight c3, bishop e7, knight c3, castles, bishop. Sorry, this is the main line. Bishop e7, bishop g2. So castles, and now bishop g2. So this is the line of well-known line of this kind of Catalan opening, and we shall see what happens later, because I believe maybe c6 is coming now for black. Maybe c6. Maybe she will take on the pawn on here, which I don't think it is. It is maybe the most proper in this moment, or maybe just even pawn b6. But the most logical is to play c6 move. But let's wait and see first, because I'm not going to anticipate. Yes, of course, she played c6 move, as predicted, but the position is still in opening choice, and I would not be rushing very much to see. Let's go now to come to Skripchenko and Pia Kramling, because some openings moves were a little bit surprise for Skripchenko probably, and she, after e5 move, she played knight c3, and Pia Kramling is now thinking, because now the simple threat for white is just to take a bishop and to capture pawn on e5. Probably black has different options to play pawn to d6, but maybe another option might be knight g7, which is also an option, in order to, when this happens, to be ready to capture with knight and keep the pawn e5 defended. Okay, but I don't want to anticipate this, because they are still opening many moves, and black has a wide choice of possibilities to play on, and we are going to come back later to this game again if we see that something has happened which may be worth more attention, let's say so. Stefanova, Kostenyuk, we are still thinking, which is I'm a bit Kostenyuk has played castles. It happened e6, e6, d3, bishop and pawn to c6, and now it happened knight h4, bishop g4, h3, bishop h5, and now white played queen e1, because the idea is to play pawn to e4. Kostenyuk is now thinking. It is all well known, theoretically known position. We don't have to be surprised that they will just follow their way, but the way of Stefanova's played is very similar. She always liked to make fianchetto of the bishop. She always liked to delay her pawns, either c pawn or either e pawn, to move, because her idea is to make some kind out of theory, because I don't think she is theoretically as accurate as the others, because she never actually played the theoretical lines, and she likes to have her own original style, which I appreciate very much, because she has proved in many men's tournaments that her style brought her very nice successes and good results. Even she was the world champion among ladies, and probably because of her unusual talent, not only because her style is so original, but her talent backs it up, and that is I would say her way of playing in general, because she likes to avoid this, as I said, theoretical lines, and to make the game from the early beginning played from the head with her opponent. So we are now. So let's go back now to Zagnidze, which was also started rather unclear, but she still played knight c3, and after d5 move she played bishop f4, and after bishop g7 she played simply e3, and now castles. What is also all theoretical lines, which are well known to. Maybe now one of the possible moves would be queen b3, another possible move would be knight f3 simply, another possible move might be also very strange, like pawn to h3, which is also, but maybe rook c1 is another move also in this position. So white has a wide choice of moves to follow. It is obvious that that white would unlikely would play this kind of moves, because after this, knight d5, queen d5, bishop c7, this kind of position would develop. This bishop is they won the pawn, but I'm afraid that the compensation, black's compensation, would be probably very big after, for example, knight f3, rook c8, and now immediately this kind of development would show up to be very good for black, because development would be very strong. Knight comes to c6, knight is threatening to b4, bishop has to go, And so I am, or maybe even in this position, maybe knight b4 would be knight c6, and with the threat knight b4 would be also very good. But for some reason, I like more this kind of move because if takes here, then probably rook takes, and if something like bishop d3, maybe even possible to give first check on a5 and see where black goes, and which would, but there would be also another possibility just to take this bishop take and, for example, play move like this, e5, which gives a very good play for black, because black is threatening e4. Black has a very nice position in general because he has lots of development, and white king stays in the center, has no time to do this, you see. So it is really the problem how to solve it now for white. But if taking on d5, which I would not suggest. So I think it would be probably some move knight f3 or queen b3 even, which is also a very solid move, queen to b3. I mean, I find it quite reasonable and logical to be played. Okay, so we come back then to the game number 1 of today's what we have, and this would be the game with Kadem Alisharie against Zhukova, because she's having this kind of special position where white wins a pawn, but of course black gets some good activity of the pieces and play on the queen side, which will develop very quickly. So now young Iranian girl will have to take her way of developing pieces. It is all well known, so it is nothing really new happening in this position. Let's go now back to Pogonina, Muzyczuk-Anna Pogonina, which we were there recently, and the position, what happened was eventually bishop c1 was played, pawn to c5 was played, and pawn to b3 was played, and knight to b6, and then it happens that white is just protecting the pawn, protecting the knight on f3, and after bishop takes here, there are rather many possibilities, maybe bishop b2 to take with the bishop, or maybe first to play h3 and to force this bishop go away, and then to be ready to take with the knight on d4. So there are different options for white. I think they are all reasonable and quite good. So let's see now what is going to be black's reaction, because the position is, how to say, has been played many times in tournament practice, and this is going to offer interesting fight later, because whenever we see some dynamical pawn structure, like for example, white has a better center, and has more pawns on the king side, while black has very solid also structure, but has more pawns on the queen side. So this dynamical material equality offers usually some interesting options for both sides. So white to open and make some possible king attack on the king side, and black is of course prepared to stop this kind of possible threats on the king side, and for the later stage of the game use this majority on the queen side and get some favorable kind of middle game or end games, better if possible end games. Yes. Let me now come back to the game of Hu Yifan, because I think this is one of the main encounters of the day. They have so in this position b3 was played, knight bd7 happened, knight bd7 happened, castles, b6, and then Hu Yifan played queen d3 move. It has a logic, because she wants quickly to have e4 square, but in this kind of positions we have to watch out for some kind of possible, for example, of course, the most logical move is to play bishop b7, and she will definitely do it. I'm almost certain, Conero, because it's all logical somehow, and the time on the clock is more or less equal, although Hu Yifan was thinking a bit longer, and she has. Let us see then. We come back now to Skripchenko and Kramling, because Pia Kramling, among many moves which I have shown before, they were choosing. She has chosen bishop d6 to defend indirectly this pawn, and then after Skripchenko's bishop c4, which is in a way. Because this bishop from d7 is closed, cannot come to e6 so quickly to oppose this bishop on c4. She tries to make advantage of the black's choice of bishop d6. I don't know how good it is, but it cannot be bad move in general, because she definitely decided not to take not to take bishop on c6 ever. So she decided to come back, and that's it. Yes. She has this kind of options. Now it is logical maybe to play d3 move, which is also reasonable in this position. And why? Because the idea is probably to place bishop d5 and immediately knight to d5 to make disrupt of the black's developing unusual developing because of bishop d6 square. But in order to see that this might happen a bit later, let's go back to the game of Stefanova Kostenyuk, because they have this kind of trenches fight. Everyone is making its own choice of developing pawns and pieces, especially. So black's position is very solid, but I like when white tries to introduce move e4, it will be extremely unpleasant how to play, because let's say, for example, we can have some kind of positions like this, and it would be very difficult if, for example, we can have something like this. Maybe black would be obliged to play e5 move. I'm not so sure really, because if we can allow move f4 for white, for example, then it would be rather unpleasant, because this bishop would have very little ways to be the bishop. When this pawn would come here, then the bishop on h5 would be really a bad piece. So it is not suggested that this bishop should remain possible as a possible target of white pawn's attack, because this bishop then would have to hide and go away with unpleasant outcome. So this is why I am curious to see. So the development was bishop e7. This is now the main line, because she decided to play so. Because sometimes there are possibilities that this knight goes away, and this knight on h5 is on h4 is a target. But now Stefanova plays an interesting move f4, which I was saying before, as a possibility for white, because she's taking advantage of immediate. Actually, this kind of threat is not still on the board, because, for example, if black castles, this kind of threat is not on the board because of bishop takes. Knight takes g4. When the pawn takes, this would be happening probably in. I mean, it would be just bad for white to place this, because queen is attacked, queen has to move, and then bishop would take on g4. So this is the reason why. But of course, after castling, then the most logical move would be e4 probably, or just developing the knight out, the other knight out, knight to d2 and knight to f3, another knight to f3, which I find as an interesting as an interesting option for black, yes, to do, for white to make this. So let's suppose this happens, and now maybe just knight d2 goes out, and yeah, white is delaying to play move d4 because maybe not always will have the same effect, because let's suppose that white can, for example, even in this position, that sometimes white can opt for this move in order to make this threat. Why this threat? For example, we play like this threat, and then takes, and of course then the idea is bishop takes h4, but now queen comes to e2, bishop to g6, pawn to f5, and when pawn takes, this bishop is trapped. This is one of the ideas, and white wins a piece. So I want to show you that something like this kind of things can happen, that she maybe doesn't play e4 immediately, but maybe first. I'm doing this only not because I believe those are the best moves, but I just want to show what kind of the bombshells are hidden in such a kind of positions, that you have to watch out exactly how to put up your pieces. So I understand that the reason why Alexandra Kostenyuk is thinking is because she probably believes this might create her a danger. Okay, another possible move in this position would be maybe just knight to move back to d7 in order to for example, to attack this knight on h4 immediately by the bishop, which would probably oblige white to come back. And then maybe the option is just to eliminate this knight, perhaps. That would be one of the options, of course. Another option, as I say, is this castle, which I don't believe it is still a bad move. But the position, of course, pawn to e4 now is a serious option, of course. And but I'm not exactly, for example, or e3, as I said before, yes. But maybe this kind of position is not so easy maybe to judge, yes, because g4 is still not a threat in general, and it is possible that for example, I just want to make some moves, for example, to see what kind of position can arise just by playing very simple. Then black would have probably to play something like this. White would probably have, but it is pity, of course, that this knight from f6 goes to d7. This is a bit not very natural square, in my opinion, to this happens. But what other option? Because this g4 option now probably is working still for white. So this is why she has to take some action, black, in this kind of position. This is why she's thinking. Actually, it is not so obvious that the castle is probably the best move. Maybe knight bd7 is more accurate in a way. Knight d7, for example, and then and then maybe she's just waiting to see on pawn to e4 to see how to face this very bad threat of g4 to make her bishop lose. So this is the reason why she's thinking. Actually, I'm convinced, because she realizes that such a position is rather unusual. But another move in this kind of positions, what I like very much, what might be to play pawn to d4. This is I'm sorry if I'm sticking to this game, because it is a bit unusual, but this kind of move might bring some kind of possibilities for black. Why? Because then this kind of move is not possible. Playing with this pawn would be probably unlikely, because then pawn would capture, and black would have maybe after c3, for example, these pawns, black would have maybe some kind of moves like knight d5 or something, in order to get this knight from f6 much better placed, and on after knight f3 maybe the possibilities even to take just this knight, or even yeah, probably to take this knight would be quite reasonable, and then to play something like queen b6 move, because then the threat is to make check, and possible threat is to play knight d3, but the development of black pieces would be also quite harmonious. What I would like to say that this kind of move, pawn to d4, is a serious option, I would say, and it is the question, of course, if she would play it, but she might do it, yes, eventually, and. But let's see if this kind of moves are also possible. I'm just curious to see, for example, like this, to play to g4, knight takes g4, pawn takes g4, bishop h4, queen e2. But of course, now there is lots of difference. Now bishop f2 check, and when king moves, for example, then queen comes check with mates. So you will see this is the kind of the position which not so. So pawn to d4 is a good option, I would say, because while there is one very important chess rule which says if your opponent plays on the king side, then try to open center, or get quick action on the queen side. If your opponent plays on the queen side, then you try to open center again and play on the king side if possible. So for this, this might be a good reason that that the d4 move is really having a good prospects. But of course, it requires some deeper probably thinking. By intuition, I just like this move, I must say, pawn to d4. But Alexandra Kostenyuk played finally knight bd to d7 move, and which is the so f4 is played, and now we go to knight bd7 move, which is now the main move of this game. And of course, this kind of move is limiting very much black's pieces, and I'm afraid that this pawn to e4 might be a good move. I'm afraid that this pawn really might disturb black's pieces now because of this bishop on h5, but let's wait and see. This kind of game is still going to show many interesting ideas. We are not in the position which shows the... And I would like now to come back to Dzagnidze, Maria Muzichuk, because this game was theoretically prepared. She did eventually knight f3, and then it happened. The move was knight f3. I think it was c5. No, sorry, knight f3. No, the move was castle here, of course, and then it happened knight f3, c5, main line, c5, did take c5, I think it was happened, yes, and I will just come back to this game to see it immediately if it was really exact order of moves, because I don't want to be mistaken. I don't want to be mistaken. So bishop is e3, castles, rook c1 was the move which I was also, I remember I was actually proposing. So rook c1 was, no, sorry. So rook c1 was the move, main line, yes, and then we have this c5 happened, which is all theoretically very well known, and then we have d takes c5, which was very logical also, and now we have this position with bishop to e6 protecting on d5 and trying to take on c4, knight played f3, knight f3, and then knight comes to c6. And now we have this position which is on board. This is the position on board now, knight c6, knight f6, and we have to see what is white going to do now. Black has very harmonious development of pieces for one pawn, which is probably going very quickly to fall back, because black's threat is just simply to take on c4 and play this endgame. Maybe white would be obliged to make some strange moves like knight g5, or in order to get this. But after knight g5, maybe possible move is pawn to d4, or first bishop to g4, maybe even pawn to e5. I don't know. There are many possibilities here for black to continue keeping the action of the position. For example, bishop g3, bishop goes. It becomes a little mess here, I would say. But okay, maybe it is quite, or maybe in this position, maybe it might be maybe possible to play queen a5 move in this position also, in order to try to avoid exchanging queens, which is also a possibility, yes? Because the idea of queen a5 is that this knight is pinned. Maybe this would be some new variation. This would be, for example, maybe the only way to get to some kind of positions, but then it takes. Maybe knight takes to g4, and I'm sure that black has an excellent position, because all the pieces of black are playing very nice in this position. Sorry, this is the piece. We have to take first the piece here. Sorry, and after queen a5, yeah, of course, this is just overright, and just when queen a5, then knight a5, and when rook c3, then knight g4. Rook c3, knight g4, that's what I meant, or when in this position, or if b4, knight c6 back, and black has, I would say, nice game here. I'm sure black has extremely good compensation for the possible pieces play. b5 possible, maybe knight a5 or knight b4. It's a question, of course, to maybe a3 is coming, knight c2. It is, it can be not so simple if this would. So in this position, so I'm just saying that some kind of moves like this would give some chances for black, but maybe after bishop g3 it is not so simple for black to prove. Maybe the best move actually would be just to take this to this knight, and when rook takes, queen takes, king takes, and knight takes g4. Probably black is doing fine here, because development of pieces and good squares. Yeah, but maybe knight to e4 and so on. Yes, it is the position, because black is playing with a pawn down. Actually, this kind of position, so it is not so simple. So this knight move on g5 might be a kind of possibility for black, for white to try to do something, because it is very clear that I don't know if d4 move immediately would be the right choice, because after, for example, new variation, after taking, knight takes, and bishop e3 probably, or whatever, so pawn to e5. I think this white would be having just clearly better game, I would say. This is my impression, but this is the reason why knight g5 is probably a very logical choice for white, to try to do something as quickly as possible. And after bishop g4, let's see it again, because this is, I have impression, this is becoming extremely interesting. e5, which I think it is a good move. And then after e5, bishop to g3, which is quite reasonable to play this. And I must say d4 move looks quite logical as well. So it is I'm not so really now becoming very convinced that black really would have this so much compensation as I was mentioning before, because there should be some good move here in this position, I have impression, but I still cannot see it. So either to take on c3 or queen a5, then queen a4 is coming. So if we take like this, probably to take on d1, which is correct, king d1, and knight takes g4, what else? Or maybe first h6, or bishop h6 even. Maybe bishop h6 is a move here, some strange move to keep the knight, some interesting move that we keep the square, so knight goes, and then knight takes g4 in order to get the squares. This might be one of the options, of course, and then if king e2 to defend the pawn on e3, because it would be difficult otherwise to defend it. Then some kind of move, maybe even e4, I don't know, because on knight d4 we have to see if everything works well here. It might work well actually for black. Actually, everything might work well. So when takes, maybe just simply bishop back or pawn to f5, or it's there must be some compensation, in my opinion, in this kind of positions. It is very logical that there should be compensation, because white's pieces are clumsy, not easy to make them. So maybe f5 is the most logical move in this position, and after h3, then immediately knight can take on e3, and create even more trouble, because the idea of this, yes, is to take bishop and then to recapture the piece by f4. So, in general, this might be one of the critical lines to happen for white pieces, and this is the reason probably she's thinking at this moment either to play knight g5 move or not to play it. But the position requires really good attention from both sides, because if black misses one simple move, she will stay without any compensation and might be really getting into critical position. For that reason, we have to don't forget that Maria Muzichuk became the world champion this year by beating Pogonina in the finals. She was, of course, Hu Yifan didn't play. She refused to play for some reasons. I don't want to enter why, but Maria Muzichuk has shown good form, and let's see how if she's dealing these kind of positions. It means that she is rather ready for these possible eruptions of knight g5 move. Okay, let's come back, because I'm sure the other games are progressing quickly. I would like to see what Mrs. Kadem Al-Sharieh has done, because she has been playing. She played a4 move, which is a little bit strange, I must say, because too early. And when you deliver such a square on b4, this is some kind of very important concession of white pieces. I think she should have not tried so quickly, because this square b4 is really extremely strong for black, and black's development is quite also very accurate, because gave one pawn but got some kind of very nice squares and pieces in order to keep on pressing the position. She will have time, of course, to play later bishop a6 if necessary, but the square b4, I think it's very. So I think Zhukova is a very experienced player. She knows very well how to put pieces. She comes from the very important chess school, which was a Soviet school. Today she's Ukrainian, but I mean, the school you learn once normally remains for a long period of time, and it should be so. And this is why we praise school so much, because we believe it will remain in people, the knowledge they get during their scholarship or whatever. It is something to do. So yes, we are going to have some fun of this game, but let's see now. I'm curious to see what will happen with Muzichuk Anna against Pogonina, because this was also interesting position of the Spanish variation opening, and eventually, yes, we are coming to this position when the last move was knight bd2, and then it happened. Knight bd2. Let me just. I have one little back to this Muzichuk Pogonina to see only. Rook c8 was played. This was the move I didn't consider very much, because I thought this rook might not go always on c8. You never know. But okay, it is a reasonable move, of course. Then it happened h3. Bishop went to h5. And it happened now g4, I see. And then it happened bishop to g6, and then pawn came to d5, I would say. I would say that this was Pogonina. She played probably first. Let me see now. She played h3, bishop h5. Actually, the order of moves was not what I was saying here on this board, because it was a bit different order of moves, and in this position she played immediately d5 move. She played immediately d5 move, and then after knight fd7, which was quite logical by black to this is the main line, and then this is quite logical by black to open bishop on f6 and to close these lines. And then now this move has happened, g4, bishop g6, and knight went to f1, because you can see that this kind of maneuvering of white knight is very logical, because it is aiming to come to g3 square. And I'm curious to see if black would play bishop f6 here, which is probably just putting rook on b1 without much, or maybe black would try immediately to play pawn c4 and to try to open the game on the queen side, which is also a reasonable option, although many times you have to watch out that this knight doesn't jump here and distract all black's pieces on that queen side action. So the position, of course, is bishop f6 is probably a good move. It is another variation, and rook goes to b1. And now, yes, maybe now pawn to c4, maybe pawn to, but g5 would be coming. So it is quite unusual position, I must say. Probably pawn to g4 would be good. I remember that very similar type of position was played now recently in Baku in the World Cup. Giri was white, Anish Giri with white pieces. He played Swidler, and they had very similar kind of positions. And during the game, I was thinking that actually White's position was much more promising. Somehow Giri didn't play very accurately, and Swidler was very skillful to punish him remarkably well, and he just won this game with black pieces. Very similar type of position, but Swidler didn't have his rook on c8. He was having it on a8 to play a5 and a4 very quickly, which was the what I was saying before, that this should have been probably correct idea for black not to move this rook from a8 so quickly, because we never know where it should belong to. But okay, those are of course sidelines comparing to this game, because we have to follow what really happened there. And let's see now. Okay, now we have this position which is interesting. Black has to find the correct move. I hope she will, but I would like now to move to Hu Yifan Koneru, because this game, as I said before, was giving some kind of it is very interesting position because Hui Fan Conero. I want just to catch up with the games because Bishop A6 was played as I expected. Bishop A6 was played, and then after then pawn to E4, then D takes C4, B takes C4, maybe knight to C5 is another move here. Knight to C5 perhaps. No, she played first B to C4, she played E5 move, which is remarkable also because it is I don't know how good would be D5 here. It is of course not perhaps is not so good because maybe black just takes first, or maybe plays first knight C5 and then after this maybe takes, and after takes maybe takes. This might be also a possibility. Takes and queen takes, and then you can see that this bishop is working from A6 and attacking the pawn, attacking very successfully this diagonal. So the idea of this pawn to E5 is very interesting try actually, and I think she was obliged, white was obliged probably to play this move, and after knight G4, this is the main line, sorry, and after knight G4, she tried to defend her pawn on E5, but now suddenly happens pawn to G5. I'm really not sure how good is this move G5 because it is allowing certain kind of happenings which I am afraid that are very good for black. Maybe rook FD1 would be a move here, what I try to consider. Rook FD1, and trying to press immediately this knight on D7. I don't know how good it can be for black really. So for example, maybe this is the idea to play to take, and then to play bishop C5. Maybe this is the idea of black's idea, to have this pawn on F2, pawn C4 hanging, and yeah, white is doing not doing well in my opinion here. Yes, so maybe another move rook be AD1, but then it would happen very similar thing. It would take, for example, another variation, then would take. She would take on D7, takes and takes. And now, of course, this bishop is an attack. There is a possibility of playing bishop B4 move here, attacking the knight, and somehow, again, the position pawn on C4 is hanging. So black would be having a quite good game. So for that reason, rook AD1 we should not think about, in my opinion. But maybe some other move in the position would be very justified for black, for example, for white. Sorry. For example, I'm wondering, is it better to take with the bishop on G5 or to take with the knight on G5? This is one of my my doubts. For example, if we take with the bishop on G5, which might be quite possible, I'm trying all of these positions. I'm looking at them very quickly, and by my first touch and first view, because the idea is to play this, perhaps to play this move. But I don't know how good is this actually because now you can see that this knight is hanging. So this kind of endgames are obliged, and probably black is doing fine because this pawn on C4 is weak. You cannot play this move because rook F1 is hanging. So it is in a way good. I think black has an extremely good game. Of course, it is sharp because we are here 4 against 2. Here is 3 against 1. But black has a good position. This is what I believe. So it is not so easy to make decision for Hu Yifan, how to arrange her pieces. Another possibility might be perhaps to play some strange move, bishop h3, which I'm also saying that I'm looking at this game from very quick perspective, and you will forgive me if I'm making some serious positional mistake. But maybe this move is having lots of sense, bishop to h3, because after taking here, bishop takes here. This knight is under attack, and there would be nothing better probably than to play this move, knight c5, and after maybe even simple queen e2. Queen e2 I think black's position would be clearly worse here, because now this bishop cannot make more pressure on this pawn, and rook a1 would come to d1, and this bishop is dead, and what is the most important in such a position is that black king's in extremely dangerous position. So white can play king g2, bishop f5, and then everything collapses for black. So I would not discard this move, bishop h3 might be a good solution for white to do. So if this kind of move happens, then perhaps this might be one of the variations why this. Then perhaps bishop takes g4, takes on g4, and maybe now the capture on g5. I don't know how this would one look. And when knight takes e5, then queen takes d8, and then it would be some kind of exchange sacrifice. And I don't know how big compensation black might have here. Perhaps not so big one, because rook comes to d1, and I think an exchange up would be probably enough to guarantee white advantage, or maybe even very close to good winning chances, I would say. So I'm very curious after bishop h3 what would really happen in this game. I think Hu Yifan is still thinking. She has, of course, very good talent and very good feeling for action. This is why she has got many scalps of men in many different and strong tournaments. She recently also played in the World Cup of Baku. She played with men, and Mamedyarov, who is one of very excellent world players, had many difficulties with her in the game to eliminate her, because after first two serious games, after two draws, they had to play some extra games where he won because of his better experience and everything. But she is showing extremely good skills. You know, she won. She has took many men's scalps so far, and she is extremely talented. So it is quite possible that bishop h3 might be found by her. And let's wait and see, because I have impression that this kind of move, there is. I don't believe something like this would work here, knight e5, eventually. Because when knight takes e5, this would be some other variation. Knight takes e5, then knight takes e5, and then when queen takes d8, knight f3 check, king g2. It doesn't seem that black rook takes d8, and now maybe king takes g2. This would be compensation for it. Would be a very good possible. Maybe it really works for this. So this is one of the moves. This is why I was apologizing before, because if I may be missing such a move, you would forgive me, because it really some kind of hidden tactical abilities are eventually present here. So knight takes e5. What else to do but to exchange queens, and then suddenly knight gives back to f3 and bishop remains here hanging. So it is, but maybe in this position something might be hidden still. I'm wondering what, but it's not easy to see. So knight goes to e5. If we first grab the queen, then of course knight f3 check would happen. And then we would come again to same, and then you see nothing good can be for white here, because then when this bishop takes 4, this is hanging, and black has a very comfortable game, I would say. So bishop h3 is the reason why probably it is not working. Now I realize, because this is the reason I'm asking for apologies. For acceptance of my apologies, because I'm trying to analyze the game straight from my head very quickly and without any computer. I think the audience should know this, and this is the reason why these tactical abilities, because I have to follow all 6 games. It is not so easy, I must tell you. But in principle, I'm curious really what the outcome of the what choice will she make, Hu Yifan. She might really give up a piece in some of these positions. She might really give up a piece or something similar to get some very strong action, perhaps. But it is difficult to see what and how. It is obvious that if bishop moves somewhere, knight will come to e5. And if she has played the move knight takes g5, you see the move we were watching before, the move which I was giving bishop g5, but it will be more or less a very similar variation, because after knight takes d5, knight takes d5, the idea after knight takes e5, queen d8, rook takes d8, and then probably h3 move would be the correct one. This position, maybe black would be obliged to give to give some material here, probably, because after knight h6 it is wrong, and for that reason knight takes g5. But I was watching before that if bishop takes g5, then bishop takes g5, new variation, bishop takes g5. What is the position after knight takes e5? What kind of position do we get in? Not very clear to me. For example, knight takes e5, the queen should go probably to e3, which is very logical. And now black should be probably worse after this, but it's not so simple. After this, bishop h6, knight f4. Here takes, queen here, he takes, and bishop takes c4. How is this position? I'm just wondering. It is not so easy to judge, I must say. I have impression that white should be better, but how much better, actually? Not easy to make perhaps something like in order to double rooks quickly, but not so simple, actually. This is really amazing position. So this might be maybe one of the possible actions to play knight g5, and when bishop gets, but maybe a queen to d2 would be another possibility here. Maybe even stronger than queen to e3, because queen on e3 is exposed to knight g4, and after f6 maybe just bishop h6. But still, the position doesn't look very clear to me. Maybe now nice move is knight c5 or something, some nice move. And when queen moves to f4 or wherever to f4, then knight to e6 is coming, then maybe queen to f5, then knight to g4, and so on. So some very tricky play arises on horizon, because it is very, yes, I'm curious to see. And if bishop takes d8, then would be another variation, knight takes to d3. Black is doing probably fine, because this pawn will fall, and these knights are very good. This bishop will have to go somewhere, and yes, it is. I'm curious. Yes, I'm really curious to see what will happen after. So knight g5 was played, and now she's thinking, of course. She's thinking. Knight takes e5 is said. It shouldn't be probably the right move, but we never know. Maybe the right move is now maybe this move. Knight ge5. It can be also possible. It can be also possible, because black would have some. I'm somehow very skeptical that this was the right choice of white to do to play this knight g5, but it was difficult to see what other move to make. Excuse me, now after looking at all of these very strange lines, I'm trying to see what was happening on this move actually. Maybe this is another... No, it is probably not working. For some reason not working. Because my idea was simply... I just wanted to see some... now after so many possibilities, failed possibilities for white, I'm just curious to see what is happening here. Because now my position, I want to capture this pawn in e6 with check. This is the reason why I'm trying to do this. Probably I'm failing in this because of bishop g4, knight c5, and I will have no time to do it. I will have to move to e2 or something. And then after taking, yes, we are equal pawns, but black has 2 bishops, so it is difficult to say how good this would be actually. So okay, it is very natural that we come back to the game and see what happens. So I'm proposing the last move, knight takes to e5 from g4, which is quite reasonable, I must say, because if black takes like this, this would be just clearly better for black, I would say, because after queen d8, rook a d8, black's pieces would become very wild, come back, knight takes c4 or something, and black's 2 bishops in endgame in 3 against 1 on the queen side would be almost decisive. So the Indian girl, she did very well, I must say, by playing this g5 move, because it is... but she has to follow well. Her clock position is much better, as you can see probably. And of course, if she finds this knight d takes e5, I am afraid that something might become unpleasant for black pieces, for white pieces in this game. I'm afraid, really. So knight g e5 is the correct move, I would say. You see, so yes, it is. I'm curious really to see what she will play. She did it, yes, eventually. Knight g e5, that is correct. Knight g e5, because knight g5, she did it eventually. And knight g5, that is correct, yes. We follow now. And I'm curious to see now what will happen. Maybe queen e3, let's suppose, because this is the most natural move somehow. And I cannot stop thinking that this should be the right line, this, and maybe queen a3. And when bishop a3, then probably just simply queen c2. And this weak king position and the possible threat of e5, in order to possible threat of e5 to mate on h7 with the queen, is probably doing well. So, for example, knight e5, rook d1, this kind of things can happen, and then maybe queen to f6, which looks quite reasonable, logical, or maybe queen is to e7, even better, I don't know. Difficult, maybe queen d7, yes. So my impression is that black stands well here. Probably, yes, very complicated line, I must say. So maybe this is required to be played in a way, I don't know. But on f4, rook on f1 is hanging, so we have this, and bishop takes f1, simply. And white is worse. I would say that white is worse. Because bishop f1, rook f1, bishop c5 check, knight g4, and so on, and white is worse. So you have to play e5, and then maybe just queen h6. White is just worse in the position, so it is... yes, it is not so simple to prove all these lines. So knight g5, knight g e5 is the main move here. And that's what she played, and now let's see. what happened? She played queen d2 eventually. This is what we were expecting. And now knight takes c4. Queen d2 was the main line. And so now knight came to c4 and queen to c1. This is the same position we analyzed before, just before. And see, I have impression that this will happen because it's forced. Queen c1 is the only move. Okay, maybe not the only move, but it's hard to see what else. Queen c1 she did play quickly also. That is also true. So now we are coming to the position where maybe bishop a3 is a good move, or maybe bishop a3 looks quite good, or maybe just knight e5 immediately, maybe knight to e5 back. Maybe this also looks extremely good move, I must say. So yes, I have impression that this is the most interesting game of the day, because we expect it so in a way, because Hu Yifan is an extremely talented player. Conneru Humpi is also very experienced already. She is a good tactician as well. So she's using her abilities and her better time on clock to put in trouble the main favorite of this tournament, which is Hu Yifan of China. And the game promises lots of entertainment, and I would now switch to another game, because maybe people like to see other kind of positions which are not like Skripchenko, for example, Pia Kramling, because in this game also something happened, knight f6. So it happened the move d3, as I was saying before, and then we are coming to h6, because she doesn't want to allow bishop to come to g5, which was very logical. Then some a4 move happened. The idea of a4 is that after knight a5, to capture this bishop can go to a2. So this is the reason she's giving a square to bishop to retreat and keep this strong diagonal a2, f7, g8 actually. He has to have this strong bishop on this diagonal. And the reason is now, okay, Pia Kramling realizes that she must now open her pawn to d6 and retreats with bishop, open pawn to d6, and to have bishop on e6, bishop to e6 to oppose this very strong white square bishop. And this bishop from c7 may come to a5 in certain positions. But the square d5 is a very strong possession of white. And I believe that this might just lead to white's advantage, because she played h3, and now comes knight to e7, because knight to e7 is that to cover the square d5 and to possibly threat in one moment d5 move, which is now too early to happen, but maybe now white should play simply bishop e3 to attack this pawn, and after d6, which is probably a better move than the others, probably better move, yes, after d6. Another interesting idea might be even just, of course, I'm trying to be inventive and do something. I don't know how good this move would be, because the idea would be to play f4, for example. I don't know what, in order to get bishop e6, for example, yes? My idea was to play f4 when takes, g5, and I just wanted to go back with my bishop, because this knight on f6 would be hanging. For example, I just go bishop h2 or something, and then whatever I do, bishop, rook takes h4, rook takes f6. And this position would be better for white without any question, in this particular position. I have no doubts. But it is, bishop e3 is a very logical move, in my opinion, to make this, she did play eventually bishop e3, which is reasonable. And now let's see how the game will continue. Okay, I believe that Pia Kramlin would take a thought, because it's not obvious she will play d6 move. She might play also b6 move, and let her judge this kind of possibilities, because b6 move has some kind of good sides that she can play immediately d5 next move, not d6 but d5, and get some squares on d5, and get liberate her pieces, because it wouldn't be so easy maybe for white to try to do something. For example, we can try a5 move, which is logical. We can go d5, pawn takes b6, and now this kind of position would be coming, and then probably maybe first take on d5, or without taking also would, and then knight takes to e5. So this would fail. On b6 move, a5 would come, and probably it is still not over, of course, because this position is still full of lots of here. After a5, black should play probably bishop b7 and try to reorganize the pieces. Maybe now knight goes to b5 to attack this bishop, which is possible, because then pawn e5 would be under pressure. And okay, yes, the game becomes interesting. So yes, b6 is another good option for black, which I think she is going to consider. But while she does that, let's go and we move to Stefanova Kostenyuk, because Stefanova Kostenyuk are playing this interesting game, which I have seen before. So after bishop e7 move, I'm sorry, this is after bishop e7 move, I will have to go to my, after queen e1, bishop e7 was played, f4 was played, f4 was played. I think I have made a wrong, because I think I have made a wrong. I didn't see something that what happened. I think she played h6 move, which was in a way surprising to me, because yes, it was a possibility, but she was probably going to play g5 and try to give a pawn and get some play. Okay, let's see. This was the move actually what I was surprised to see. And after king h1, knight bd7 happened, which is correct. Yes, knight bd7, and then pawn to e4, and then probably pawn takes e4. Yes, pawn takes e4, pawn takes e4, and now she played the g5 move. She gave a pawn. She gives a pawn in order to get a very comfortable play. F takes g5, h takes g5, and bishop takes g5. And this is, yes, queen to c7. Black is just playing with a pawn down, but has very good development, and she will castle the queen side, it is obvious. And it's going to be difficult for white to do something, because g4 would never be possible, because this bishop would always capture, and this pin on the h line would be extremely unpleasant for white, and this is the reason why I'm wondering what is happening with e5 move. Maybe let's suppose bishop d5 takes here, knight d5, and knight takes e7, and in this position it would be also very difficult for example, if you played such a move, maybe bishop takes g4, pawn takes g4, and knight g6 is just winning for black. Would be, for example, very, very simple line to say yes. And what else to do? Pawn on e5 is hanging, so it is not so good. So this is the reason why e5 is not going to be the move in the position. But let me see what she's thinking now. Of course, she must think now. She's using much more time, Stefanova, than Kostenjuk. 45 minutes left on the clock in very complicated position after 14 moves only. Stefanova, many times she plays kind of chess, and which creates her more difficulties than advantages in many occasions. And one of these situations might be today, because I have impression that she did not take the full advantage of this. Maybe f4 was too early, too opening move. Now she has played knight bd2 because she is forced to make other development, because there was no other way to make this happen. But now, simply by castling long side, I have impression that black is having an excellent compensation, in my opinion, just by castling long side. But maybe there might be some other also good move here in the position, except long castling. Maybe some other good move as well. For example, I'm wondering what would happen if I would play something like this. But then, of course, bishop takes c6, rook takes f6, because after bishop here, then queen to e3 or queen to f1 would be probably good. Yes, would be good for white. So bishop d6 that would not be the move. And what would be the other move? The most logical move, which looks to me, is to castle. But yes, okay. I'm sorry. I didn't put the diagram of this of Kostenjuk, the cameras, to see them playing this position, because it is nice also to have a live images of people who are competing, because the body language can be another of the description of how the players feel. Somebody is trembling the legs. Many times it happened, like Petrosian was very famous of doing this. Korchnoi was even complaining about this. I remember he even slapped him in the face during the game and told him that he should better think on a board and not under the board, and so on, because their friendship was finished very early when they became rivals, real rivals, and it just can happen this. Or maybe face expressions and so on, although we should not trust very much to face expressions, as I was saying yesterday. We have many good actors in the chess world who are able, you understand, to confuse their opponent and bring him into wrong thinking, wrong making decisions. But this position, of course, is requiring some deeper. How much of compensation black has? It is really not so easy to assess, perhaps, in this moment, because I realize that a pawn is a pawn, and it's difficult to prove. I have impression that this should be the right move, but the question is, maybe e5 is possible, maybe knight c4 is possible. I realize that it's not easy. This black bishop on h5 is not doing much here, because it cannot retreat, and white has to make some real. Maybe one of the possibilities is to play rook g8, very interesting move, and to see. But still, it is pity to play this rook to g8 if the other rook can come to g8. So let's suppose we go like this, maybe something like this can happen, and then we can go maybe with this rook to g8. This is much more promising, I would say, because it gives better options for black to do something. So let's come back a bit. let's come back, because after castles, I'm wondering what would happen after this move, because this would be one of possible variation. Queen takes e5, takes on e5, knight takes e5, and now, if for example rook takes f6, maybe the possible move is rook takes d2, and when bishop takes d2, bishop takes f6, and black is better. That is for sure. But of course, so queen e5, bishop f5, and yes, in general black should be better. So e5 move doesn't work in what I would say. But maybe move something like knight f3 would work. This would be, of course, very interesting to see if knight f3 would be the correct move. Maybe now there is this possibility of taking on, this would be new variation, yes. It would be taking this knight away, or maybe making some other move. But which move? Rook to g8, possible maybe. And on e5, just take with the knight on e5. That is another possibility. And black is doing fine again. So we have to be, let's see it, yes. I think castle is actually the most accurate move for black, without question. But she has to control this possibility of e4, e5, or when knight comes to c4 quickly, that this action for black is becoming extremely strong. Black action, maybe queen goes to e3, but now there are many options, of course. Maybe knight d5 I don't like so much. Yes, it is not so, but the options, yes. Knight g4 is an option, of course, but what would happen after knight g4? I'm just wondering. Look at this, maybe queen takes a7 and bishop takes g4. What a strange position, no? Queen a8, queen b8, or knight b8 even. So the most likely is here rook f7, and maybe bishop takes h4. Bishop takes h4, or queen takes, no, queen takes here would be wrong because of knight b6 wins probably for black. For white, sorry. This would win for white. But probably bishop h4 would be the move. But still, it is not simple. Bishop h4, queen a8 check probably. Bishop h4, check. Yes, new move. Queen a8 check goes. And now, where to go? Queen takes b8 probably. King takes b8, takes on h4. It's, queen b8, takes on b8 with a king, takes on h4, rook takes h4, king g1, and bishop h3. And black would be probably winning here. This would be probably winning for black. So we can see that some tactical lines are very close in black favor, to be very close in black's favor, because it is difficult, so to, after castling, very difficult to find. Kostyanyuk is having, what is the time on the clock? It is, yes, she has a better time on the clock. So this is, I have an impression that she feels the action. She knows how the action should go. I mean, chess action, of course. And she's going to find probably this way of setup, because she knows she's a pawn down, and she has to do something extremely quickly in order to repair this material disadvantage. Okay, let's while she thinks, let's move back to also one of the interesting games of today, which is Zagnidze Maria Muziciuk, because she's okay. So I'm going to put this game diagram. I'm going to go to see the game alive on the board, because they are all sitting on their boards. Nobody of them walks really. So it means that this was kind of, let's see, now I realize that something happened what I was analyzing before. And I'm just going to double check how good that, how accurate that analysis. So it was eventually happening that knight g5 did happen, bishop g4 did happen, pawn to f3 also did happen, I have impression, pawn to e5 also happened, which I said, and bishop g3 probably also happened. I'm sorry, this is just bishop g3 probably also happened. Yes, and then happened d4, as I was saying that this would happen. And now the question is, did she take on again, this is, did she really then take on d4? She played knight b5 move. Yes, it was this interesting line, and maybe she could have really taken on g4. It is now, yes, very questionable, because take on g4, take on c3, take on d8, or maybe take rook c3, maybe take on d8. Okay, this is, I was analyzing before this. D takes c3, rook takes c3, queen d1, bishop h6 move I was analyzing. I was analyzing bishop f6, but maybe knight f3 is not necessary. Maybe better move is simply h4. And this would be maybe interesting. I don't know what would happen in this game if this would be the outcome, for example. Outcome of the position. I think white should be even probably better, I would say. Because then you would force knight probably to go back, because I don't like this move. Because after taking, and king to e2, a pawn up, 3-6, 3-3-7, one pawn up for white would be extremely strong, and knight comes to e4 would be very bad. Or maybe in this position knight should come to e4 immediately, and white would be almost winning, I would say. This is my impression, but I might be wrong also. But I think quickly looking at this kind of positions is very correct. So I have impression that Mrs. Dzagnidzhe, she maybe miscalculated. I don't like her move knight b5, I must say, because this is the move which diminishes her possibilities of before. Chess is a very concrete game, because when you have not only to have let's say, intuitive way of thinking, you must think mathematically very correctly, very well, precisely. And if you miss one of those mathematically correct moves, your position, instead of being better, might become quickly worse. So this is the reason why I believe that this move on knight b5 is not the right one, because it is out of play somehow. This knight is not. This is not the place this knight should stay. She must eliminate these pieces quickly. Okay, let's see what has happened, because I'm curious to know. Knight b5. Okay, now h6 happened. The move happened h6, and now happens e takes d4, which is also a big surprise for me, I must say, because I don't believe it is really useful that after returning back with this pawn, bringing back, black will have this rook on e8 probably coming with check, probably, or maybe even in this position, when e takes d4, maybe the correct move would be just to take back this pawn, and after, for example, and after this move, f takes g4, which is forced, maybe simply to play knight to e4 and try to grab this bishop. But in general, I think e takes d4, what was played. I think e takes d4 is a quite logical move, I must say, and it's difficult. I think that the position of black's position is excellent here. What? Yes, because maybe something like this would need to happen, and then we come with a check. Then king must go out also, of course, yes. and maybe rook comes to e3, something like this, and then I don't know, the pieces, black pieces, or maybe even something else. In this position, I have impression that something is not white is not doing well, because knight comes to g4. So you have to play something like h3 probably, yes, the move. And maybe now we just come with rook on here, and then another rook to e8 or whatever. And I'm afraid that this game can be really badly finished for white pieces, because she didn't play accurate. I was sure that the main move was after d4. The main move was f takes g4. But okay, chess can go only one way, the move it was played, so we continue to follow this game and see what she does. She did eventually recaptured on d4, which we expected. And now she was forced to take on g4. She will take back on g4, of course. She will take back. And if now white plays this move, the reason why I was, for example, this would be another possibility. I was very much afraid that this move would be extremely good for black. This is the reason I didn't count on possible move bishop e2. I thought that knight on e4 would give because the point is that now we have this possible check on a5. So this was forced probably white to make a castle. And after, for example, taking on g3, and playing some move like queen e7, trying to recapture on c5 quickly, I think black's position would be clearly better. Because if this happens, then maybe queen comes to e5, and then you're taking here, taking on g3, taking on c5, and just my impression that white position collapses. So, for this reason, yes, it was not a good decision. I don't understand why Maria Muzichuk is thinking she should recapture the knight, because actually maybe she's thinking about rook e8 check move, which might be another interesting possibility. And after this move, try to play something like this, which is a piece sacrifice actually, but she gets an extremely strong position. Maybe knight h3 or knight f3, whatever. Then knight goes to e3. Queen must move somewhere to d2 probably, and knight takes g2 check. King goes to f2, something like this, and even just simply come back. And this kind of position with king probably, but yes, this is not clear. This is a piece down. This is a piece down for black, and there is no need that black, only if black is forced to play this line, they should play this line. But in general, black is not really forced to play this line. And just positionally, h takes g5 is something very simple, and her position is just better. I would say this is my impression. Okay, let's wait what she does. We are going to move to another game again to see the Iranian girl, or how did she put up pieces, because she was doing some very strange. A4. She was not forced to move a4 so quickly, but she did it, and what can we say? Then she will have the position which they advanced a lot in this game, I must say. So after knight a6, then which move was played h3, and then this move happened, knight to b4, which was very predictable and logical. Then bishop went to b5, because this bishop must go out in order to castle. And that's probably bishop a6 came. I didn't have a look. Did it really happen? Because I want to see. Yes, bishop a6 happened. So tempo was lost. Bishop and rook takes a6. Now probably castles. And now we have queen to a8. This is what we are coming. This all well-known setup of black pieces. And black will get probably a very comfortable game, I must say. And now she's coming with rook d8 move, which is a bit strange move in my opinion. I was expecting much more rook d. She played rook c8, sorry. Excuse me. She played bishop d2. She played rook c8 move. She played rook c8, which is more logical, which I agree. Yes, I didn't see immediately. And black has an extremely comfortable game. It is without question. But rook c8, yes, I don't know. Is she really threatening to play c4 move? I'm not so convinced that the c4 move is really necessary for this moment. But black is having a very comfortable game in this position. It is my impression here. So, yes. Okay, let's then continue with the Muzichuk Ana Pogonina. That was the Spanish opening. We were in one moment coming to this position, but this game advanced some moves because after our position of bishop f6 was eventually played. After knight f1, bishop f6, rook b1 came, and now she played. She played h6 move to stop pawn to coming to g5, which was quite reasonable. Then the game, yes, this is interesting, really. Knight came to g3 because, as I said before, when you have more pawns on the king side, you are playing on a king side. When there are more pawns on the queen side, that's why black follows and plays on queen side, white plays on the king side. And let's see, this is a strategical discussion. Whose plan is better? Who has chosen more perspectives of choosing these plans? But in general, if black is able to exchange one piece like this, for example, to exchange one piece and try to get some play, then black would be having a very comfortable game. While black pieces are somehow, because black obviously has less space, and you know, when you have less space, one piece is disturbing another to breathe normally. And this is the reason why black should exchange one piece if ever possible. But let's see now how the game continues. So she didn't try to play knight e5 move, but she goes immediately with a5 move. So then this is the main variation. We goes king g2, then probably b4 happens. b4 was happening, and now suddenly h4 move is coming. What is the point of h4? It is quite visible that h4, for example, if h4, this would take, queen takes on h4, pawn comes to g5, and somehow rook on h1 would try to trap black's queen. It will be very difficult if you take here rook h1, of course, but if you play h5 move, then also comes rook h1, queen g4, f3, and again black queen is trapped. So that is the reason h4 move, very remarkable move. As I said before, it is playing on the king side, and this was a very good decision by white, I must say, because it is difficult for, you see, now by lots of delay she lost many time by playing a5 and b4. Now she realizes that she is in real danger, and she plays knight e5 move, which I think it's coming too late now. I have impression that this now might be just better position for white. Maybe just by taking on e5 is possible. This is the main line. Maybe just by taking on e5 it's very good for white, I would say, and then pawn to f4. And when knight goes here, rook h1 to protect this pawn. And I'm sure that this avalanche of pawns and then g5 or something would make very much trouble to black camp. So you see, if you don't play, you are losing time by moving your pawns, which are still doing nothing. You will get in in a kind of position which would make you probably suffer. So after this move, maybe an obligation would be to take with a pawn here. Maybe obligation would be to do this move, yes, and of course that would be one maybe wise option, because white now has of course, yes, white cannot now play immediately g5 move because of knight takes. This would be knight takes f3. It's clear, and not good. So it is quite logical that white would opt for this, or maybe to give up a pawn by some very strange move, knight to h2, and after bishop. This would be another maybe possibility, bishop takes h4, and to play f4. And now we are coming, yes, again to this uncertain bishop knight d7 back. What else? It's very difficult to find another useful move, I would say. And then knight here, bishop takes, queen takes, and now knight f6 probably. He's doing maybe, I don't know, it's very hard to say, and maybe rook h1 now. Or rook h1, or maybe even g5. Maybe this is correct move. I don't know, g5 looks good. And this, and knight takes g5, and maybe, or bishop takes g5, maybe even stronger. I don't know, it's difficult to say, yes? Looks very good for white. I must say, pawn sacrifice looks quite good. Yeah, because it's a strong action. And it will be decided on the king side, I'm certain in this. So after h4 move, knight e5 was played, and let's see now what is her. I would like. I'm sorry, only I was talking about this game, but I would like also to put the diagram to see. You see, Muzichuk Anna is very inclined on board, so she feels that something hot is happening there, that she needs to take quick action to do something. And this action might be in this pawn sacrifice, which I find as a good one. So let's suppose we do play this move, but maybe her idea is to play c4 now, and after f4, this might be the idea, and after f4 maybe to play something like knight d3, just to open the game, and maybe to eliminate this kind of position bishop, and then now to take on h4. Maybe this would be some kind of a skillful, because rook is able to come to c2 with check and so on. Maybe if this happens, queen takes d3, then just bishop h4 and rook is coming to c3, you see? So it will be just rook to g3, yes? So it would be maybe kind of opening of the queen side position, which I always said when your opponent plays on one side, you should open another side as quickly as possible to make him busy thinking on the other side and not on this. So it is actually eventually maybe still there is time to play knight e5, d5, and h5 move, and after bishop h7. Of course, now it is difficult that white can progress on the king side, and the queen side becomes vulnerable, and that is the reason I believe she will not make. I believe she will not go for this. So after knight e5 move, perhaps g5 is very principal move to play g5, and after hg5, bishop takes g5. Perhaps first to play bishop queen g4, and when she moves back or whatever, on this one maybe rook c1, and then white would come quickly on h line and try to make some unpleasant threats. So let's say now we play knight d7, but maybe it can be already very dangerous by, okay, maybe queen h4 is possible, queen f4 is possible. There are many moves here. queen h4, queen f4, many possible moves. But my impression is that this compensation, white has extremely strong compensation. So in general, she should play this way, probably. She's thinking, of course, yet, because it's difficult to make the decision. She has to count very well, very straight lines what are happening. Yes, so very straight lines are, sorry. No, what did I say? Yes, this knight f3 takes. Yes, it's difficult, yes. Bishop takes g5 and rook, queen here. Maybe bishop goes back to f6, but this is extremely dangerous because now rook comes to h1, and the immediate threat is queen h2. So he must go quickly on this move. And I don't know if she can survive after this, really, because there are many threats here. Queen h3 is extremely strong, bishop f5 takes on f5, pawn to g6, queen h3, and this is mating probably. And if rook e8, queen h7, king here, probably this is winning move. This is simply winning. No, sorry. This is not winning because there is a queen g4 check. But there is a very strong move, bishop h6, king e7, king e7. This might be just winning, and rook e1. This might be completely winning, and rook takes e8. This is, I would say, this position would be just over. So queen should take on e8, and now simply on f6. On g6, yeah. This position, I have impression, or maybe something else even, yes. So let's come back. I have impression that this would be a very quick mate here. This is so. I don't believe black can play so happily to take this pawn and. Let's see it actually, because queen g4 is good. Look, see what this looks to me also very good. And now maybe black has some kind of possible option to do. Maybe in this position, when queen is on f3, yes, it's very difficult actually. After bishop c3, I was thinking even bishop c3 to play rook h1, to play rook h1, and after knight d5, for example, just queen g4, and there are no moves for white because the queen h4 is coming. It's going to be mate. So it is extremely difficult for black to do something. Must take on g5, queen g4 or rook h1 immediately. Also very strong, I must say. But I like rook on h1 is also strong actually. But yes, rook on h1. But queen g4 is forcing this bishop to move, to see what to do. And yes, bishop c1, what else? Bishop c1 is logical. Maybe f6 move. Maybe this is an interesting move. Maybe an f6 is an interesting move. So, yes, this might be really... maybe f6 is an interesting move. So, let's suppose now we play rook h1, or maybe queen e6 check. Or bishop takes g5. Bishop takes g5, f takes g5. This is not simple, actually. This is not simple, I must say. So rook h1 is a good move, and queen f6 is coming. So this is the way. This is the possible way of defending. So for this reason, maybe rook h1 is more accurate move, because although yes, now we have to think about recapturing and queen to g5. So now this queen protects very well the squares where the white queen can come. So it is not so simple for white queen to shift its position. That was the reason I was playing queen g4 move. But suddenly this f6 looks to me the only chance for black to fight, to keep on fighting, which might be actually a good solution. So there is no surprise that black is Pogonina is having quite reasonable time on the clock, because she has a better time, and white is taking action. You know, if you are missing to play accurately, you can be easily punished, and this is what we don't like. But okay, f4. Let's see now. This f4 is probably the only way. Yeah, but f4 is enough, of course, to win this game. Yes, f4 is just winning. f4 must be simply winning, because when bishop moves, on g6 would come. Yes, that's it. So it would be just over. f4, there are no tricks, no nothing. Knight takes d5 is impossible, because takes. Yes, it takes. Yes, it is going to be. Yes. So yeah, this is. As I was saying, my impression is that this action on the king's side is going to be quick. She has only to calculate or maybe feel it by intuition that her attack is much more speedy than what black could expect, and she would probably do this. But of course, if you don't see everything very clear, then you are using time, and sometimes, of course, when you use a lot of time, you become time pressure. But not only this, the main problem is that you get tired. And if you get tired, then your brain will have to lose even more time to find the right solutions, and then it is. Of course, the beginning of the end of your perspectives of the position, because everything counts in chess. You see, time, freshness, physical fitness, and besides, of course, theoretical preparation, which was always an extremely important part of the game. So after knight f3, queen takes f3, h takes g5, everything goes somehow by force. Bishop takes g5, what else? And then queen g4 is a good move, I would say. Bishop takes c1, which is logical, takes. And now what to do? This is the question. Queen d7 looks logical to me. And queen f4 probably. But maybe now f6 move is good. Maybe now f6 move is good. Because now f6 move has lots of logic. Because you are opening the square for king f7 to go from h line, not to be mated. Because I wanted only to give, if queen g5 plays, then black is able, for example, this can be another line, then black can go back queen d8 to follow the white. You see, okay, maybe there is some time gaining here, but it is difficult. Yeah, maybe, yes. Queen f6 is coming, and yes, maybe black is doing all right here. Yes, you see, it is extremely complicated, but my feeling tells me that the action... Oh, she played h5 move. This is absolutely wrong decision, in my opinion. This is absolutely wrong decision, because she's going now to be in inferior position very soon, because the queen side will make the difference here. You see, of course, the other girl will probably take here. Queen takes, bishop h7, and I have impression that black can be only hoping to win this game, because now it is difficult. Maybe she wants to play knight f5, whatever, doesn't matter. But this is not good. This is all wrong. Maybe c4 is coming. I don't know. c4, or maybe even knight d7, and on this move knight e5. Very extremely dangerous for Muzychuk Anna, because she didn't make the principal solution of the position. You must go for action and give up the pawn and make some kind of... I understand it wouldn't have been so clear, but still, it is the way you have to play. The survive, queen g4, takes, queen d7, queen g5, something, queen d8, and now maybe queen f4, queen g4, somewhere. queen g4. Probably queen g4 was always, yes, queen g4. Maybe knight f5 is the move here. It is very likely that this kind of positions are just winning for white. Because knight f5, so bishop has to take probably, because rook and h1 comes. So bishop takes. Yes, this could have been one of the options. Okay, like people say, you know, which is the gone water, it never repeats again. So the game went on h5 and knight takes f3 probably is an option, good option, or bishop takes h7. I would less prefer, because then knight can go to h2. Knight can go to h2 and then pawn come to f4, and then maybe white will have the same kind of options. This is the reason why she has to take this knight. As I was saying before, it is very important to eliminate one piece for black side, because black side then has more space to breathe. Black has less space in general in this position, but now with one piece less, there is more room for pieces to not to disturb each other. So it is the reason why she will probably, by principal reasons, play knight f3. But okay, let's go now to see the other games, which are also Koneru, for example. It is also a very interesting position. She has given an exchange, I can see in the game, but let's come back to this Humpi Koneru. This is the game on the board, and on our analyzing board we have this position, which I would like to see what has happened. So Queen c1. So she played now knight de5 move, which was, yes, a reasonable move. Then rook came to d1, and then knight came to d3. And of course it was forced to play queen takes d3. And then she played bishop f1. Queen came to d8. I think now that white has quite good compensation for this, because king side is very weak and there are two pawns. But with the queens on board, this is the most important, that this position is played with queens on board. And that is h4 was the last move of Hu Yifan. This is the move I like, because she keeps the knight on g5, which is a very strong piece, and she's keeping this bishop under the pressure. This knight cannot move easily. So the compensation, white's compensation, is clear in the position, yes. And I'm curious just to know if this little time of Hu Yifan obliged her to give an exchange, or she did it just by feeling to say, okay, I should have compensation with the exchange down. And I'm very curious if this exchange down is. Let's suppose, for example, the move which I like very much. I wouldn't like maybe to play b5 move, but somehow I have to liberate my pieces. You know, I have to liberate my pieces, and it is difficult to do the other way. But this bishop on a6 is pinned, and it is difficult in a way to get these pieces play well. And how to play? To play move b5 looks ugly to me, because I think white should just simply play like this and have these very strong options by knight to e4, or maybe possibly queen c2. Of course, queen d3 would come always, but this kind of options are, with this bishop is closed, and this it would be the position which I'm not so happy that black can really stay better in that position. But now it's also doubtful, you know.
But after the lure, do you need some help? Is it a very difficult game, no? Very sharp.
Which one?
This one,
and
Yifan
also
Ho. Yeah, today we have a fantastic
yes,
round.
very interesting round. Yes,
A lot of good stuff, and but this one particularly is extremely interesting. I think Yifan Ho, she was thinking a lot. Look, she has only half an hour.
Because she was surprised by the opening choice.
Yes, you're
very
right.
much surprised.
I think Black played some new move, no, with Knight E5. I was checking before the database, and there was a game of Koadli.
The same position.
Yeah, and he played 2E5 with the other knight, or move. I think it was move.
Ah, really? Yes.
Yes, move 14.
I thought it was not so much known theoretically, but but this G5 move was known theoretically. Yes.
Yes, there were some games. It looks okay for Black, but in the few games, White was winning all the times. I mean, it was perfect score for White. I mean, I think 5 games, 5 wins. Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, it was.
Yes, no.
Too close. Because of course it's difficult to play with a weak king. I mean, Black has always these problems with
a weak king.
Yes. Mm-hmm. But of course now with exchange up things are a bit different. But still, it looks a very promising sacrifice. No.
Yes, I would say that White has certainly compensation because I'm thinking that actually.
Queen d4. What about some centralization move like Queen d4 or?
No, but the queen was on d3 already.
Okay,
why
so
did she play queen
d4? Okay, bishop of 1,
queen d8. She played queen d8 and then played h4. Good move. You know why? Because the idea is to play queen to e1. Queen e1 here, and then rook to d1, and then you just follow. Yes. You just follow the pieces and you go on the king side.
Yes, you have.
And then comes e5. When queen comes to e1 and queen to e4, then it's over.
That's nice. That's nice.
Yes, you understand. So I have impression that White stands better. This is the reason why. Maybe she is forced to play quickly this move to liberate the bishop.
It looks so ugly.
It looks ugly, and I would take this.
It's incredibly ugly.
Yeah. Incredibly, and then maybe even immediately queen e1, and then rook to d1, and then queen to e2, queen to h5.
No, but this is much better for White.
Look better for White.
The bishop on a6 is completely out of the game.
Out of the game, like worse than the pawn. Actually.
White is going to play kind of piece up in this position.
Yes. So in general, I have impression that this kind of position, it is very difficult for Black to find the correct move here.
Oh, because if queen c8, then probably White is in time to attack very fast. Queen d1, h5, or
no. After queen c8, maybe you just play e5. E5, yes. Oh, I would say e5 looks very strong to me, or maybe first queen c2.
Or queen d1 also not bad.
Or queen d1, yes, queen d1 also extremely. Then she would have to give the bishop.
Yeah, Black is in bad shape.
No, but actually I don't know what happens here with this. But bishop h3. Look at this. This is over.
Yeah, White is playing with big advantage on the king side. I mean, so Black needs some kind of something really definite. I mean,
but precise, very precise.
Maybe White. What if we take out this knight, for example? Bishop takes g5. I know it's not so beautiful to give this bishop, but let's try to change some pieces and try to defend. Bishop takes g5.
Yeah, okay, bishop takes g5. It's clear.
White take with
bishop
the bishop.
Takes g5.
Then we play f6, trying to.
Yes, okay, that's reasonable. Yes, very reasonable. Probably bishop h6, let's suppose.
h6.
Yes, and
then rook has to go something
to e8 or f7
or f7. Rook e8 probably.
I don't know. Maybe to f7 and d7. I don't know.
Yeah, okay. Let's try rook f7 if you want.
Yeah, I don't know.
And here the question is how much compensation White has. Of course,
there should be compensation. But what happens if I just follow like this? Or maybe that's why rook e8. Because of this strange move.
But e5 you can simply take, no?
And knight e4 I want to play.
Okay, we can continue the game because e5...
Okay. How do you go? You take?
I don't know.
Queen d4 or what? Queen g5 is coming. I don't know. Might be mate there. Maybe there is no mate.
Queen is on the 8 so far. It's
No, but I'm just... yeah.
I understand.
On c4 I was hanging. So you must play queen d4. What else? You must play queen d4.
Maybe.
Queen d4. Should I go?
But this is becoming unclear. I mean, at least
here, unclear. Yes.
Yeah, Black gets some play. I mean, what I mean is that Black needs to probably. At least here, it's not so simple.
I agree with you.
Bishop g5 take. Maybe Black is not forced to play f6.
But what happens if h takes?
H takes is a positional interesting idea.
Because I keep.
But in this case, maybe queen c8. Maybe Black is in time to play queen c8.
No, queen c8, but the e5 is coming on queen c8, e5, and knight to e4.
I'm not so sure.
Okay, let's see it. We play bishop g5. H g5, ag5, queen c8, for example, yes?
Yes.
And then we play e5.
Black needs to move the knight away.
But where?
Of course,
to move?
it's not
where?
nice.
You have
not
no
nice.
squares. I
It's
come to
not
e4
nice.
and to f6. It's becoming...
It's quite fast, yeah, I have to
Everything
admit.
is fast, extremely fast.
Yeah.
And this is clumsy pieces.
So probably queen c8 is not very precise.
No,
Maybe
not
we
precise.
have to try something
Maybe
else.
queen to d4. This is the most logical, queen to d4.
d4.
Queen to d4 looks extremely logical.
Yes. Centralizing the queen.
Yes.
She's thinking, Koneru now. She has a tough nut to crack in this moment.
Yeah.
It's a very delicate
It is delicate,
position.
yes.
She must be very careful. She's thinking already for more than 10 minutes.
Yes, that's correct.
In this game, we can have some...
But what happens if I just go
time
queen
travel,
e1
no?
here?
Queen e1. White wants to play
I want to
rook
play
d1.
rook d1,
Yes.
or rook c1 and queen e2, and
But
I
now
just
maybe
go.
some... I was thinking...
And I want to play e5 move also. e5 and knight e4. So you have to go quickly. You have to play rook e8 or something. I don't know.
What about... if rook d8, you mean rook d1 anyway?
Yes.
I was thinking there are maybe some tricks with knight e5 to jump to f3.
No, but I
he
take.
takes
I
with
take.
the
Yeah.
bishop e5.
And bishop here.
Yes, I know, but I want to
Yes,
tell
I understand,
for,
I understand.
for the public who is listening. Yes,
Yes, you're right. Of course.
yeah.
Yes.
So no tricks, and but still not.
But maybe rook
completely clear,
e8.
no?
Maybe this is the move. I don't know.
And if rook d1,
Rook d1. What to say? Yes. Rook d1. Rook
queen.
d1. Queen has to move, but where? I don't know. c5. What else?
yes.
Queen c5.
But again, it's not completely clear this position. I mean,
Pawn to e5. Then
if-
you can take on e5.
yeah, if e5, knight e5, otherwise rook coming to d8.
But
Black
okay.
is fighting well here.
Yes,
Some
black is
fight.
fighting. You know. There is fight. Yes, I agree.
But if not bishop g5, I have the feeling that white attack goes faster. I mean, if black doesn't take on g5,
But you know what is then?
because what else? If not bishop
But
g5,
you would play f6, yes, because
well,
it is
f6
probably
looks
necessary.
very natural. It's very natural.
It
yeah.
looks necessary actually.
Then
So-
bishop h6 looks like
looks
the most
very natural,
logical, and
and
now
then
both moves are possible.
Yes,
I
both
think
moves.
rook f7 is safer because
I don't
somehow-
know. Maybe rook e8 is more precise.
But then there are some tricks on the g7 mate.
Yeah.
You know, I like to be safe with my rook on
Yeah.
f7. Everything is protected.
Yeah, that's right.
But now the question is that maybe white can press on c4 somehow. I don't know if the knight can move to e2 or to
Can he move
d1,
here?
something like that, yes. Because if black is forced to play b5, then...
No, queen d4 must be played now. Queen d4 is necessary.
Maybe knight e3 in this
Then
case.
take
you
on
know,
e3.
Take on e3.
And queen a4.
Yes, this should be checked. If
Yes.
this is
No,
working,
no.
white could then take on a6, take on
No,
c6,
but knight d1
get
is
good compensation.
I don't
Okay.
like knight d1. I
No,
must say.
it's a bit slow, knight d1.
Yes,
yeah,
I
have
don't
to-
like knight d1.
Maybe
But-
queen f4 to play queen g4 to play rook d1. Some active move like queen f4 makes.
But why not queen
also
e1?
possible.
I like this move, queen e1,
It's a
for
bit
some
passive,
reason.
no? You think the queen?
Knight to
is happy
e5.
there.
No, knight to e5 is
Knight
coming.
e5.
You have to watch out.
But in
yes.
general, I think white should play very active because he's exchanged down and he's in a hurry. I mean,
No, but
no pawn for
actually,
exchange.
rook must go to f7. I will tell you why.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you go to e8 with the rook, I would play queen c2 move.
Mm-hmm.
You know, queen c2, and then your knight a3 doesn't work because of check
Yes.
on b3.
yes.
But
Yeah.
you're saved by knight a3
Yeah, you're right.
if there is no check. So rook f7 is necessary
Rook
move.
seven
You
is,
see?
yeah.
It's necessary move,
This
yes.
is a very possible continuation. But what else is she thinking if not take on g5? Why?
No,
What
because
is? What, can we go to the position? I mean, just
But you know, it is difficult decision.
yes to take on g5. Of course, this bishop.
Because you know this knight on g5 is threatening, but not doing anything yet.
Well, it looks
Yes.
like you have time. Sometimes you may think,
Yes.
okay, why should I change now? I can change later. I mean, bishop g5. I always have this move.
Yes, that's correct.
Maybe
yes.
that's why. Let's go back a bit, if you don't mind,
Yes,
just to
we
the
go
actual
back,
position. And then what else? If not bishop takes g5.
No, it is difficult to find the move. I understand.
You
it's
think
very
so? Is it
difficult.
so
Yes,
difficult?
it's not so easy to
Maybe
find
she's
the move.
thinking simply something like h6 or something like that, just to tell the knight to go home, or maybe she's thinking bishop
No.
f6.
No, but knight h6, she's losing a pawn on h6. That
I
would
mean
be
h6.
difficult.
No, I mean h6. Then you
Yeah, but she comes back just.
knight. Yeah, but what I mean is that okay, then somehow the pieces go
She
back.
loses a pawn. She's just.
Yeah, then the pawn becomes weak. Yeah, this is looking
Yeah,
this
the
looks
king
not the best
open
idea.
and
Yeah,
so
yeah.
it's-
There are some moves like at one point bishop a3, but probably is for nothing. No, I mean
No.
probably
This is wrong, I would say.
yeah. Then
This is.
another option would be
I like bishop g5. I must say, I like bishop g5 move.
maybe she's thinking bishop a3.
Yeah, but queen c2 then. But then
Queen c2.
e5 is a threat, terrible
yeah,
threat.
the
e5.
queen c2 is very okay. Yeah.
No,
and
but bishop
what about
g5?
bishop f6? Bishop f6, trying to put the bishop on
e5,
g7.
e5 again.
You think immediately?
Of course, immediately e5. What
is, it
else to do?
is it working?
Of course it works, yes.
Are you sure? Yeah.
Yes, okay, let's have a look. I just want to see.
Bishop f6, e5.
Bishop f6. So we make new variation,
we play
e5.
And now,
Where to go?
no, I was thinking, what if
No,
we can at one point sacrifice for a while? I mean,
But there is nothing.
nothing to do. No, I
No,
mean
nothing.
that
There is absolutely
it doesn't
nothing.
work. It doesn't work.
It just goes, yes.
Yeah. So probably, yeah. Well, sometimes it's difficult. Okay, she already played. Look, she played something different. Queen e8, a very sophisticated
She
move.
did play queen e8.
Yes.
That's interesting move, but I'm not so
Difficult
sure
move.
it's
Did you
good.
check it before? Did you analyze it
No,
before?
no, I didn't analyze. No, I must say I'm really
You're a
actually.
bit surprised, no?
I'm surprised. Yes.
Yeah, it's a very strange move. I think the main idea maybe to bring the rook to d8. This is one
This
of
is
the
the main
ideas.
line then.
Maybe, maybe she thought she's in time to take on g5 any moment. But it's really a strange move, queen e8.
I think it is not a good move.
You don't like it?
I don't like it at all.
It's suspicious, huh?
I will tell you, because what happens if I just play e5 now? The game finishes quickly here.
You think so?
Yes.
What about bishop takes g5?
Okay,
in
then,
this case?
then pawn takes g5, and what else? Knight e4 is coming. There is no.
Wait,
you can never
wait.
stop. There is no way to stop this.
Okay. Don't go so fast. I mean, chess can be very difficult.
Yes.
Okay. Let's say, for example, knight e5. I know it looks like ridiculous.
And if I take the bishop,
You take immediately. I was
Yes.
thinking if you're forced to take on e5, it's another story. But you take. I wanted bishop e5, queen e5, bishop
no, but
e6,
I take
b5.
on a6.
Yeah, you take immediately. Yes.
Yes.
Okay, let's go back. Here. Okay, queen e8. But of course, she's a strong player. I mean, she saw something against obvious move
No,
e5.
maybe she has to play f6, some
After
strange
e5.
move.
No, but you were proposing e5 for white here.
No, I play e5, yes, of course. I must play e5, yes.
And then
This is tremendous. Knight is coming to e4. This knight from c3 to e4.
Wait a second, maybe. We have to find out what is her plan, because it's clear that she saw this move. I mean,
Yes.
and then, well, she has something in mind. And we have to find out what is her idea. Maybe it's, let me think, maybe it's not that easy. It's not obvious. It looks extremely strong in this move.
I have impression that this is over. The game is over after
Queen
this.
c2 is a strong threat.
No, but knight e4 is the main threat. Because after knight e4,
Yeah, knight c3,
on
e4.
on c4 is hanging. Everything is hanging and it's coming in. All pieces in.
Yes. White has now.
No, but I think big advantage.
But okay, I insist. Let's find out what is her plan, because I'm sure she saw this move e5.
Yeah, but okay.
It's more likely that we are missing
No.
something.
Okay,
She was
yes.
thinking for more than 20 minutes. I mean,
Yes, I agree.
let's
but,
take on g5 for the moment. Let me take on g5. Maybe
Immediately, okay, we
Yes,
take
let's
back
take
with the pawn.
Pawn takes, and now
Yes.
white wants to play knight e4. So
Yes, who can stop it now?
this is real stuff. I mean.
Yeah, but there is no.
And if the knight goes to f6, you think it's winning the game immediately? Yeah?
I
With
think
king
so.
on
Yes.
g7.
It must be winning. Yes.
It's
Then you can
incredibly
play even
strong
g6,
piece.
bishop h6, everything. Then.
And here no tricks, no? No tricks for white.
But this diagonal, look, the
Yeah,
bishop
I
is pinned.
understand. I understand.
But how to get rid of this? There is no way.
yeah.
No, this is over. No, I'm just.
So we are wondering what she saw after e5. We don't see a right answer for black.
I don't
We
see.
don't see.
I think
What
she.
about f6, e5, f6? I know it sounds a bit crazy.
Okay,
but
she-
96
yes.
even, no? If he
Yeah,
can-
even 96. But okay, what happens? Yes, 96. But what happens if takes just
If takes, bishop takes. Yeah,
Okay.
this looks really weird. I mean,
takes? You would take with the bishop.
takes,
Yes.
then 94 you can play. There are so many moves. It's
Maybe
very
94. But maybe
There are too
more.
many moves, yeah.
Too
Yeah,
many
this,
moves.
This
yes,
is smells.
It's not
very-
good.
Yeah, it's
Cannot
very
be
smelly.
good.
Cannot be good. Yeah, I agree. F6 doesn't make sense. Okay, let's go back then. Okay,
Maybe
I
bishop.
don't really see. I don't really see a good defense. But look, maybe it's not so easy, because
I understand.
you find
Yes.
she's thinking already for 5 minutes.
But e5. But okay, f6.
F5 looks natural.
Yeah, but this is not. I have impression this cannot be a move. F6. I take, and
You
then
know,
what? There is no
10
chance.
years ago, I don't know what I would say, but now that I lose all my games, I'm always very skeptic about my ability to, to see the
Yes, I
tactical
understand.
points. I'm sure these ladies, they see more than me almost in every move. Huh? But of course, this looks, Queen E8, positionally, it looks dubious.
No, Bishop G5 was the principal move.
Yeah, trying
because-
to put some pawns on
Yes,
black
yes,
squares,
yes.
take on G5, F6. Now E5 looks extremely strong. But for the moment, the Chinese grandmaster, she didn't.
I'm sure this
Play.
is the position. Although she has much less time, the Chinese girl, I think she will be able to find correct moves, no matter if she's short of time, because her position, she feels action always. She knows to play with action.
Maybe she underestimated that after Bishop G5, maybe she thought that H-G5 is not that strong. Maybe she thought only about Bishop takes, then the Queen on E8 can take on E5, and then it makes some sense. If White would take on G5 with the
yes, I
Bishop,
understand.
then the move Queen E8 makes more sense.
No, but it is very clear why she plays this. She plays this because she wants to play Rook D8 or something. This is clear.
You think maybe
yes.
this is the point? Maybe she's not in a hurry to take on G5.
No, she's not in a hurry, but we go
then
knight
what?
E4.
You want to go knight E4? Yeah, but that's
and
another
what to do?
story. That's another story
But
because
on
now
C4 is hanging.
I know.
But what to play? I don't
Okay,
see a move.
we have to think.
H6 maybe.
Mm,
H6. Maybe H6.
What about Rook D4? Is it possible? Rook
Yes,
D4,
you
trying
can
to
play.
protect everything.
Yes, okay. Rook
Okay.
D4 is
Maybe
possible.
It's not
of
the
course.
end of the world.
Okay, we play Queen C2.
Okay, that makes a lot of tricks.
Yes, but it's getting-
White is training mate in 2 moves.
Yes.
Which is quite nice.
So you have to play H6 probably. You cannot play this. But it's over. The game is over in my opinion now.
Yeah, this looks almost winning.
Maybe
for White.
F5. Maybe the only move is F5 now. Okay, you must play F5. There's no other move.
No, but then later some 96. This looks like
No, but
completely
okay, but
crazy.
F5.
Even immediately 96
No,
will
no,
keep
no.
take C4. It's not so easy, you think?
No, F5.
But
So
no, but
I
what is
take
this?
on F5.
But it's mate. Man, knight takes F6 check and Queen H7 mate.
Yes, but
No, but nothing.
but
no. This I see. I am old, but this positive.
yes,
it's mate.
I believe it's mate. It
No,
must
this
be
is-
mate.
This is over. Yeah.
It must be mate.
So E5 looks very very strong, and
I don't know really what she's going to
G5
play.
is thinking already for 7 minutes. What move are they are playing? It's move only, move 20. So a big time trouble may happen here if White doesn't win immediately.
Yes, I think this is 21. First, if she plays E5, it's 21st move.
You think
But,
it
but
will
she's
be?
spending. But okay,
She's thinking a lot, yeah.
But
I
she
don't
has
know
enough
why.
of time.
You think it's?
Yeah, she has enough of time. Of course, 23 minutes. It is just to play.
But it's a mystery for me. It's why the Queen on E8? I mean, what is the point?
No, but this was wrong.
I don't
Decision.
really
I mean,
see the point of
This
Queen
was
E8.
really wrong
Do
decision.
you think so?
Yes, I'm
But it's
almost
strange.
certain.
I mean, she's a strong player. I mean, why to do this, which we don't quite understand. But it looks quite simple, yeah, for White. White wants to play knight C4.
I would. I'm sorry. Before Miguel, I didn't present you because
Yes,
you
no
came
worries.
here. I would like for our listeners just to know that we are analyzing together with Grandmaster Miguel Illescas from Spain, who was many times champion of Spain, and he has his review, he has his school of chess, he has many, and he has contributed a lot in recent years for the chess promotions, not only in Spain, but I think in Mexico, in many different countries. He was, if some people maybe don't remember, he was in the blue team advisor when the blue deep computer won against Garry Kasparov in 1996, I think. Remember?
1997.
1997.
Yes, yes.
And I remember that he was one of these actually cooperators how to make the computers much stronger than they are. Garry Kasparov was
Lugo,
very angry.
I am the only man who beat Garry Kasparov 2 matches because I was also main trainer of Vladimir Kramnik in year 2000. So
Oh, really?
I
Oh.
lost many games with Garry,
Yes.
1-1, but I took revenge being on the opposite team when
Being
he lost.
an advisor.
Yes,
an advisor, yes.
his only 2 matches in his life.
Oh, yeah,
So
that is amazing.
But we still are in good terms.
Yes, of course, you're right. Yes, I remember you were also helping
Yes,
Kramnik, and
of course,
Kramnik
in year
became the
2000.
winner. Yes.
Yes, I was
so you
working
see, yeah,
8 years for Vladimir.
So you can see now that Miguel Illescas was the very right choice, not only of Kramnik but also of the computer team to make this.
Especially for Vladimir in the psychological field, no?
That's correct. Yes.
Do you want we have a look at the other games? Maybe there was some interesting.
Yes, I was watching very much of this game.
She played already. Look, Jifanho, but she didn't play e5. We don't know anything about chess, Lubo.
She plays queen to d1.
Do you want to have a look? Maybe
yes, of course. Strong. Yes, why? It looks very strong also.
It looks also brilliant.
Yes, it is also. But what
instead of e5?
No, e5. Sorry.
Yeah, the pawn is on e4.
So queen d1, and this is the main move now. Yes.
Of course.
Of course. Yes.
She wants to bring the lady.
But
to the attack to h5.
I'm not really sure this was the wisest move, but still.
Looks not bad at all.
Yes, but what happens, maybe now h6 is too early, but maybe now bishop takes g5 is correct move. Maybe it's a correct move, bishop takes
queen
g5.
d1. She wants, of course, queen h5. She wants also to bring the queen to g4. There are two squares. And,
but I have another proposal. What is happening here after f6 move?
f6.
Knight e6. And I play bishop b4. Let's see it. Queen to g4 check, yes, or what?
No. Why?
Where?
You want... but the queen g4 check is made in few moves.
No,
yes.
queen g6.
Queen g6.
Sorry, I want to play queen g6.
But what about knight f8 here? You want
knight
to take
f8,
on c3?
I want to take on c3, that's correct.
And then, what about rook c1, something?
Okay, yes, but then I'm still piece up. I take on f8 and I protect on c4.
Sorry?
I'm piece up. Sorry. I'm not piece up. Oh.
No. I think white is okay here, no? It's equal material and
yes, white
has a big advantage.
Yes,
no?
White is okay, of course.
More than okay, yeah. No, this is too beautiful. f6 cannot work, I mean, it's...
But then bishop takes g5, what else?
Yes, maybe he has to take on g5. She has to take...
No, she must. I mean, what else?
Bishop g5, then we are not sure what will happen. Probably she will take with the bishop here, no?
Yes, and the f6 because again. Then f6
again.
Must be played. Then bishop h6, rook f7.
Something like that.
But maybe now...
White has a good compensation.
Yes, white has compensation, but...
But it's not clear if this is stronger that we were checking before, because
yes.
e5 looked very nice. I mean, I think the c3 knight was very happy after e5.
Yes.
Now she tried to make her queen happy, which is also not bad.
But I don't like queen d1 move.
Because you had this little point queen c2 also with the queen on c1 pressing on c4.
e5 was crushing move.
Yes, e5 was a positional strong.
No, crushing, just crushing.
Maybe.
But okay, let's see.
This looks not bad.
So this is some kind of very
rook f7
unusual play, no?
Well, I mean, white is... I like white, but I would not...
I'm not so sure anymore.
Yeah, it's not so simple.
I see. The idea was to play queen a4. I see the idea.
But bishop b5.
The only move, yes.
Yeah, and it's not as simple at all. I mean, not clear at all. No, then position starts to be unclear.
Yes.
Queen b3, but you never know. I mean, black can
knight a5.
Knight a5.
Yes. No, this is not easy.
Start some kicking.
This is not easy. But how then to continue here?
Not easy.
Okay. Then maybe
you
e5.
It, yeah?
Maybe e5 is the move.
No, come on. Are you serious?
I'm serious. Yes.
So you think she didn't play normal, strong, healthy e5, and she wants to make artistic, bizarre?
But this is beautiful e5.
Yeah, maybe.
Because queen g4 is coming.
And you take a piece. Yeah, that's
take a
nice.
Piece. Yes,
yeah.
that's the point.
Let's show to the public. Queen takes e5.
Queen e5.
Let's show.
Okay, so it says a new variation.
Yeah,
so queen e5. Bishop takes e4. This is nice. So queen takes c3.
No.
Okay, then it's lost. Yeah. Okay.
Then it's lost.
So she has to take bishop c4, queen g4 check. A new variation.
Queen c4 check, and we can see that take on
g4.
c4
on c4.
And it's
over. It's
much
over.
better. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Rook must go. Rook must go here.
Rook d7. Maybe some
on c6.
c6. But later.
Too little material. No.
Yeah. It's difficult to believe that black can save here.
No. It's difficult.
But it's rook and one pawn, Lubo.
But queen c6. Where to go?
Okay.
No moves.
No.
And bishop f4 is coming.
No tricks. No nothing.
No tricks. No
Rook
nothing.
d8.
Rook d8. Bishop f4.
I want to play sometimes rook
bishop
d1.
f4.
Bishop
I'm protected.
Everything is protected. Yeah, this looks completely winning. Oh, one game finished.
You finished your game, yes?
Can we
what
have
was
a look?
it? you lost because...
Can we have a look at the game?
Yes,
maybe?
I was commenting your game here, but we are going to come back now.
Yeah, let's come back now.
She will talk. I would like to see only... yes.
She took on g5, by the way, Hampi.
Okay, that was logical in a way.
Took on g5
but
now.
This e5 will happen. You will see. This will
You
happen.
think so?
Yes, I'm sure it will happen. Okay, okay. We just go now. I'm sorry.
Let's have a look to.
I'm going to look, but you know, we came. We were stuck with this position for some.
You want to see
I want,
maybe Nana's game? No?
I want to see. I want to see Zagnidze because you see what happened.
They will explain.
They will explain later. Yes.
The game, yes. But maybe we just have a look just to know. When
Which one would you like to see?
Because no, I mean I want to see how it finished this game, this Grunfeld with Nana Zagnidze.
Yes, but we are going to see it here. You see?
Yes, of course.
I want to show you to you because you saw in this position.
I can see.
In this position, so h5 g5. She played bishop d3 here.
Do you have it in chess base? No.
No. I was analyzing.
You were analyzing.
I was analyzing
excellent,
here.
Excellent. Yes.
Yes, and I was analyzing, and now she went to rook e8, king f2, and now she played king b4, knight b4, which she wants to take on d3. It was also very logical. Yes, what was the main line, and then you see knight b4. Rook e8, king f2, knight b4, bishop b1, d3, d3. Okay, this was also probably very good because knight e4 is coming. So
Black has a huge compensation.
Yes,
for the pawn.
Yes, for the pawn, of course.
Fantastic compensation.
So knight, but she was, in my opinion, better in the game if she plays correctly. I will show you later.
We will check together.
I will show you later. No, no. Okay, no, it doesn't matter. But you have to take bishop on g4 immediately.
Let's wait now for Kosteniuk, and then we with Olga we analyze all together.
Then she played rook f1.
Just let's have a look.
Knight e4 check. Look at this. Knight e4 check. King g1, and now it's getting very.
Bishop d4.
Oh yes, you see rook f knight e4, king g1, knight g3, and when she takes bishop d4 check. And if she takes, queen takes, and then king g7, and that's it.
Yeah,
that would be it.
This is made. Okay, that's why she resigned. Okay, I'm going to leave you.
Yes. Okay. Good luck. Thank you so much for your comments. It was pleasure that we are together again. So let me see now. Let's come back to this Pogonina position because sorry.
Welcome to this press conference. We are going to talk with Nana Zagnidze and Maria Muzychuk, who just have finished their game with victory of Maria Muzychuk in 20 moves. And now I hope you will tell me how was your feeling about this game, what happened?
Well, I think I was just better prepared for the game. Actually, Nana plays many lines. So it was difficult for me to check everything. But I think I managed to do this. So I think one game Nana played this one. It was rook c1 and
I played with the Swidler, I think, this line.
So as I remember, it is the main line: bishop b6, knight f3, knight c6, and here
you can move with moves. Just make click.
It doesn't work.
Make click first. Okay. Okay.
So instead of knight d5, the main move is bishop e2 with unclear position after dc.
Yeah, so I somehow I didn't remember anything here because I didn't expect this line, and I didn't check before the game.
But dc, so white is a slightly better position.
Slightly better
Yeah,
after.
slightly better, I think.
After
Why?
what will be?
I don't
Why?
remember everything, but knight g5 probably somewhere.
Knight d5. I was thinking about bishop d5 here.
Okay, e4 is
E4?
always.
e4. No, not bishop d5. Just a moment.
Maybe queen c8.
Or what I was thinking here. Just.
I just know that bishop e2 is the main one. And knight d5 lead
Knight d5. Yeah.
lead
Yes,
to a draw, as I remember.
So it's theory, no? Also,
Mhm.
it's
Okay,
theory.
yes.
Probably we can check.
So,
this.
and after e5, bishop g3 was a surprise for me because
Maybe-
here is the main line cd, ed, dc, so
CD and then what? Yeah.
take, yes, and it lead to a draw. So
You know
maybe
this
d-
variation, yes?
maybe
It's-
dc, queen e7, so take a piece. I just remember that white win a piece and somewhere it's draw, like queen e7, e queen e3 is very good compensation for black.
Yes,
Yeah.
and knight g4. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it looks like compensation, no? Clear
Somewhere rook
compensation.
a8, rook f e8, so.
Yeah.
Mhm. I remember that all lines by computer is it written that is 0 and so d4, I think d4, I must play d4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yes.
I didn't know.
After d4, you
You
were
have to
saying.
take on g4.
Okay, then.
On
And then?
g4, yes.
Yes,
Okay, I take on c3.
yes, that's correct. Rook takes c3.
I understand, but black is not worse here, I think.
I think it is worse.
It is worse?
Okay, I show you the line.
Well, if it is worse, then d4 is not a good move, right?
Okay, then it's complicated. Okay, take. We follow. Maybe you're right. It's not worse. Let's have a look. So,
Knight f3.
what knight f3?
What to play here?
In this position, yes, you play
You can see also that
h6.
the
You can play
same-
knight f3, of course, yes.
But
Knight
many
d4?
weaknesses here for
Knight
white.
g4 maybe,
Knight g4, I think, but okay.
but okay, but still.
Why not knight
Because
d4?
just two
Knight
pawns.
c5.
But can you not exchange queens now?
Not to change the queen. Then what?
But okay.
Well, during the game, I thought that I was okay here.
No, okay, but we have to look at this position. I don't know. Maybe it is okay for black. It is. I was thinking. Yeah, maybe computers will. Look what I was thinking. I was thinking that you play now. Bishop, queen takes d1. Rook,
Yes.
rook takes d1. Bishop h6. I thought it was a very strong move. Bishop h6. And the
Yeah.
only move for white to keep the game was h4.
But
Okay.
Knight,
it is,
knight takes g4.
H4
very
is
typical
natural.
move.
Knight takes g4, yes. And now bishop e2. Very simple. And I have impression that white is just better.
Oh yeah, here is white better. White is better here. But maybe not bishop h6. Maybe just h6.
h6 is possible, yes. Knight f3,
Maybe
yes.
I don't know.
But here you are a piece down, yeah? No, it is equal.
Pound.
It is
In this
Pound.
position,
I
yes.
put pound.
But okay, let's suppose, I don't know, I have to move my rook somewhere, maybe to c2, maybe to b3, I don't know. No,
Maybe
then you take on
knight
the
b4 is
c5.
coming.
No, then you take on b5. If I go to, on c5, I go to c3, to b3.
Rook
To
b3,
where? To b3.
but I will take knight c5 with a tempo.
Yes, you
right?
take it with this, knight b5,
Mm-hmm.
rook b5, you have b6 move. b6 is quite
Yeah.
good.
But I like such kinds of
Yes,
positions
you're
for
okay,
black.
yes, you're doing okay.
I think
yes.
black is okay.
Yeah.
You're pawned down, but you're okay. You're
Yes,
pawned
of
down,
course, very
but you're
good
okay.
compensation. So my old pieces
Your
are
pieces are
playing.
working, yes. You're pawned down, actually, but yeah, I understand.
Okay.
Yes, but it is the move. I must
So
say
Yeah,
it
but,
is the
but
move.
here I think I'm already.
Looks
worse.
very
Here I had
dangerous,
a
this
long
king.
deliberation if to play rook e8 firstly or to take on g5. But I think that if I now play,
rook
then
e8.
king f2, ag, and knight d6.
I have
So
knight
this I
d6
didn't,
with tempo, yes.
this I didn't like and decided to play ag firstly.
Yeah. H5 is correct, I think. Yes.
Looks good.
But another
Here I
possibility
could
for
play
her,
bishop e2
Bishop
also.
e2, yes.
yes,
But what I
What
didn't
I
like,
wanted to play.
I didn't like.
It's
Queen
difficult for me
A5.
to
No, but
use
you're
the
better.
board because it is for white, and I
No.
played with black colors.
You want
In
to
this position,
Okay, it doesn't matter.
no,
So bishop
this is just
E2.
better position for black. This is just better for
Yes,
black.
yes,
Yeah,
I
of
know.
course, queen
I know.
E5.
I think this game was just collapsed my opening preparation.
Yes,
That's
it's
all
very
what I-
sharp
that's all
line, and
what-
if you don't know move
what
by
I can
move,
say.
looks like it's dangerous.
Instead of bishop b1, I considered knight d6 to be the best move.
Which position?
On 16th, knight b4. And then, okay, here. Instead of bishop b1, knight d6, I thought that was the only move.
Knight d6.
Yes,
You mean instead of rook f1?
yes, I mean, I
Yeah.
take and just face. Of course, it's difficult to defend such kind, but
This rook
okay.
in h1 looks.
But at least the game continue.
So,
Yeah, but it must be, of course.
yes.
Okay, it's unpleasant to
After
play.
Rook e3 or
Of course, so
maybe-
bishop b1. Knight is hanging on g4.
Just a moment. First knight e3 or...
Difficult to believe, no? For white,
Of
it's
course, it's difficult, but
Even if after bishop b1 maybe
Queen e7 is
f5 or
queen e7, yes, I consider queen e7.
queen e7
sacrifice.
Which
No,
one?
sacrifice not,
Here.
because it's no time to take a rook.
Ah,
Yes,
queen
queen
e7.
e7 is good move. So if
Mhm.
take queen e3, can f1, knight d3, and rook c2, so we take. Okay, it's two pieces at least.
Yes, probably this is the way. Okay, for sure, it's some moves for black. If you think a little bit, no? It's looks
Of course.
okay. So
Yeah, after king f2, after knight b4, yeah, it's already losing, I think. After knight b4, I missed knight b4. But,
Probably king f1 instead of king
king
f2.
f2.
Yeah.
Yes, maybe. Yeah, it's the same. The same.
It's the same, there's no check on g4.
Maybe rook e3 first.
Bishop f2,
Knight g4 maybe.
knight g4. Okay, I believe that the black
Position
is
is
much
such a
better
bet.
here.
nice.
I don't know. All this plan was wrong. All of this. With bishop g3 and all of this. Maybe first
No,
not to
take,
not to
and-
take e d4 maybe.
But otherwise I will take.
Yes, yes, I was thinking about it. Yes. Yeah.
I couldn't
Mm.
find a good move for white here during the game.
So what was
No, bishop
the
e2?
mistake of Nana in this game?
Okay,
Which
first the
move?
bishop e2
Bishop
is the main
G3
lines
maybe.
of the 9 move,
Bishop
and the next
G3
one
maybe.
bishop g3
I
I don't know this move.
I think knight g5.
Probably it is possible to play. I
Bishop
just
G3
know that
maybe.
cd is the main one.
And also maybe there were too many
Knight b5.
uncorrect moves, starting with bishop g3, and all of this plan was mistake, I think. Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing much to say.
Okay. I don't know something else about this game. No.
Okay, I
Maria.
think nothing else.
Okay.
We will check with the computer.
Yes, 2 games. No?
With
About
first
2
two
games.
Okay, it's
Are you planning to win the tournament or?
of course it is a good feeling, but many rounds ahead, so I don't predict.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Of the, let's say, Western world, because they have Pia Kramnik is Swedish and Skripchenko is French, and they are playing their game today. Since the early opening, I must say, this game went very originally from both sides. I see that I was analyzing, it is very difficult to switch to another game when we have such an interesting positions. Like it was very interesting with the Hu Yifan Koneru game, and it was also very interesting with Muzicuk Ana against Pogonina, which was extremely interesting position. But what I would like now to come back after the opening, I really feel sorry I didn't pay more attention to this game of Pia Kramling and Skripchenko. And we left the position after the opening choices when I was saying that the B3, B6 would be the move in this position if you would try to remember. But after this, of course, many more moves happened, and I would like you just to see that what actually eventually has happened. So the move which was played was A5, Bishop B7. This is everything what we have more or less predicted it will come on the board. And then happened Rook D1, pawn went to D5, E takes D5, and then some very unexpected move like we have this Skripchenko Kramnik, yes. D5, then knight F6 takes D5, which was, I expected maybe another knight, but okay, this one is possible. Knight FD5, now happens bishop to D2. And after this, knight came to G6, another knight to G6 in order to defend the square on E5. You can see this. And I'm going to go quickly because now we are coming very further, as you can see on the screen, on the video screen, what position is eventually now on the board. You can knight G6, then happens knight takes D5, bishop takes D5. This kind of positions more or less now coming to very equal kind of exchange of pieces, which would probably make very little possibilities for either of the sides. But still, I would like people to see that they played very, in a way, very logical, both of them. There was not much excitement, but the positions are just becoming. So this happened. Takes. Bishop C3, F6, and then what did she do here? Bishop F6, pawn to F6, and now we have played knight to D2, knight F4. There were so many. Queen to F3 to exchange queens. Probably queen took on F3, knight took on F3, and knight D2, knight F4, queen G4 was played first. I'm sorry. I'm sorry here to have confused you, because the main move was queen G4. This was the main move, and after H5, then queen F3 was played, which was I don't know why was I. Okay, so we have this position now: queen F3, queen knight F3, and now rook came to A2. Objectively, the position is very close to equal. White has, let's say, very simple piece structure, but black piece position. But black is threatening knight to come to d5 and to disturb white's position. So it is perhaps only now black who got a certain kind of advantage here, because it is difficult. It is difficult for white. So she decided to go for one very maybe suspicious line. Rook takes b2, bishop takes f4, pawn will take to f4 probably, and then maybe now rook will come to e7, which is probably logical, that to force this kind of maybe rook to d7, which is not so bad. And then when bishop d8, knight to h4, and when rook takes c2, knight to g6, and then it's very difficult to stop rook d8 move, which is so. But white is the one, of course, obliged to give a pawn, which is probably going to be okay. But rook endgame might raise up after bishop e5 move, probably. And then after knight takes e5, this can be another variation, of course. Knight takes a5, pawn takes a5, pawn takes c2, rook takes h5. It would be better for black, but might be that draw is very, very possible. Maybe b5 is coming, and yes, so it would be definitely better for black. But how much better? It's difficult to say, because after check and goes probably here, or king f7, must play rook b8, and on this move must play maybe something like this, and it would be maybe different. This could be dangerous. Actually, maybe there is some kind of fortress here. I don't know. Maybe black just goes and wins the game. Yes. So it is still worse for white, but perhaps some positional draw is possible. It is very, yes, unlikely. Maybe pawn to e4 is possible to be played. Something just to keep pawn to c4, just in order to keep this structural position with some chances to fight better. Yes, some rook endgame is the only hope for Almira today. It is my impression, but I know that this kind of positions may end up in a draw, but it will happen probably after some long fight. And Pia Krumling is a quite good player of the technical player, and she is very much experienced. So let's see what happens. It is clear that she has an advantage, and I don't know now why is she thinking now to take pawn on b2. It is difficult to understand, but she has probably no other options in order to be able later to get some advantage. But still, let's wait and see. She did it, of course. Yes, she took. And now we shall see what happens. But it will be a very unpleasant fight for a draw for black pieces, which I believe the position should be within the draw limits. But it is not so easy to make it by very correct play, by very precise play of black, because black would always probably make some. No, so I was saying this. What was it? No, I was saying that pawn c4 should be a move here, but maybe here there are some. Yes, it should be maybe a draw, but maybe rook to b3. Maybe rook to, what is this now? New variation, yeah. So rook to b3 probably, And this kind of endgames are not easy, you can see, no? Rook takes c3, rook takes h5, and then rook comes to d4 or something. It would be not so easy to make draw anymore. So it is, she played, okay, I see Pia Kramling didn't play bishop e5 move, which is the best move in the position, of course, for rook endgame. And she went for bishop d6, and after rook d7, maybe she will now play bishop e5 move. But actually it is not the same anymore, because rook on d7 is very well placed. And yes, it could be still a draw, but let's see it then. I want to come back. I want to come back from this endgame. So she decided at the end for bishop d6 move. And after rook d7, she will probably be obliged now to play bishop e5, because there is no other choice. Bishop f8, knight h4 is probably giving black. Okay, let's see it. Maybe this knight h4. Maybe king h7 is the only move. Then rook d8 is coming. Okay, new variation. King h7. Rook d8 should be the move. Then rook d1 check. King h2. Bishop e7. Rook here. Rook e1. What would happen here? Probably nothing bad for this knight. Is very flexible piece, so it's difficult. Probably white is very close to make a draw here. Very active pieces and strong bishop, bad bishop, close by the pawns, and one pawn. Yes, it is better for black, but okay. Let's see. This is interesting. She will have to make a move. Maybe bishop e5 is correct move here. She doesn't want to play rook endgame. I understand this, but what to do actually? Bishop e5 is the most logical move of the position. I think she should do that and hope for the best. Yes. Maybe c4 is coming on this move. Bishop d5. Yes, it's not so simple maybe. Because the idea should be maybe check, rook h1 and rook f1. What kind of position would be this? Probably not good for white, no? So you see, this is the... I don't understand why doesn't she play bishop e5. So knight e5 would come for sure. Pawn takes e5 because... Oh, sorry. So this would, knight would have to play to e5, pawn takes to, yes, this is going to be probably interesting line, this takes, and probably c4, what else? c4, rook to d2. Rook to d2 is not so simple. Yes, it is difficult, always difficult. Rook to d2, rook d6, e4 is coming. How to make a draw? Not so simple. I could have maybe chased the king first by rook b1 check and king h2. c4, rook b1 check maybe would be a move. And then king h2 and then rook d1, which probably looks stronger because king is very far away. So these kind of endgames are smelling badly for white, in my opinion. Yes, these kind of endgames are not very good for white, I must say. It is going to be interesting, but...
Hello, here I am again.
Yes, Miguel Ilescas came back. I'm very glad that you're
checking Pia Kramling.
Yes, checking Pia Kramling because she played this bishop e5, which was a necessary move to make. And there will be now some rook endgame, which I expect. Probably knight to have an bishop should take it with the knight. And then just simply, I don't know.
But why do you want to trade the knight for the bishop?
But what do you want to play? There are no moves.
I don't know, but...
Because you want to play c4 move. Then I just check, you go, and I play my bishop rook on f1. And okay, maybe it is still a draw, but maybe rook to d5, yes? and I move my bishop now, and I don't give my bishop anymore.
Uh-huh.
I don't give my bishop.
Black is better all the time.
I think almost winning
there
now.
is no question
Here it's
about it.
almost winning.
And before maybe too.
Yeah, before too, yes. But okay, so
So-
I think she has to take on e5. I think this is the only chance to have this rook endgame. But c4, what else? Yes, and maybe now check goes
Yeah,
and
but
rook
it's
d1, rook
much better
d1.
for black, no?
Much better, difficult
Yeah,
position.
this-
Yes,
Close
maybe
to
rook d5 is a move here, only move. Maybe it's not over yet. You see, rook d5.
Uh-huh.
This rook endgame might be a draw.
Some chances, yes.
Because it will be 2 against 1 here and 3 against 3. So, okay, I have to move. Maybe I play, where do I go? I don't know, g6 maybe, no, I don't know.
By the way, did you see what happened in Stefanova Kosteniuk? It was very interesting.
I haven't seen, no.
No,
Because I
because
wanted
this
to-
game will soon finish, and
Yes, let's see it, yes. I'm very curious to know.
Yes.
Because Stefanova Kosteniuk.
Kosteniuk,
Because-
she missed a tactical blow.
She missed, yes?
Yes, a very, very strong move.
Because
And she got completely lost.
really?
Yeah,
But
let's have a
I
look.
think she was just simply winning.
She was okay. She had a nice compensation, probably.
No, I think she was just simply winning.
Okay, but
in
look,
a
this
position.
knight f5, yeah.
But
This,
look. This knight d2 move, castles alongside. I thought black was just winning. Knight c4.
knight c4 is a good move.
Knight
yeah.
e4 was a wrong move. She has to play rook
G8.
g8, rook d g8, and it's almost winning for her.
No, okay, come on. I mean, you are very optimistic as usual.
No.
Okay, winning is a strong word. I mean,
But where is she going after rook
okay,
d
but
g8?
you cannot analyze here. We don't have the board.
No, I'm
to
sorry.
analyze.
I'm going.
Did you have
No.
the game?
I'm going to show this on this
Yeah, get it.
Stefanova Kosteniuk. You will see now because we
excellent.
need this board.
Okay, perfect.
And we have this position from
Okay,
the,
very nice.
from this previous yes, and now look.
Then we can analyze here. Yes.
Yes, so she
that's
played
much
knight
better.
c4.
Knight c4.
And,
Yeah.
and I was suggesting rook g8 move. Very
What
simple.
about bishop f4?
Bishop f4, e5.
To provoke e5. Yeah. Okay,
Yes,
but then
okay.
after e5, maybe it's not that simple. I mean, because black queen will be away from the attack, and white will get the square on f5 to jump with the knight. Maybe it's. I don't say it's.
But where do you go on e3 with the bishop?
Okay, for example, yes. Why not?
Bishop e3, yes.
Yeah. Then okay. Knight
You
f5
will-
is
you will have
coming.
knight- yeah, but okay, I will move my bishop. I don't know.
Okay, white is pawn up, and well, okay. I mean, there is a game. I mean, it's not so simple.
No,
Well, I don't know.
I am afraid it is just over.
Okay, you said it's completely winning for black, and it was maybe a bit optimistic.
Let's play some moves.
Aha,
I'm very curious.
94.
Okay, let's play some moves. I don't know.
94.
Maybe it's wrong, but
Can we go knight f5 maybe here?
what?
Knight f5. Jump with the knight from h4 to f5.
But
Let's move it. You don't want to
yes,
move
and
it
if
for
I
me?
check on g3,
Okay, thank you. Knight takes.
you take yes. Bishop h4, bishop f2,
I don't know. Yes, maybe.
bishop f2, yes. And when I take on f2 and play bishop g4 or something, it's nothing. Of course, it's nothing.
Okay, I mean.
and if I
it's,
play maybe bishop g4 immediately here, I just something like this.
who knows?
Is this not? Yeah, maybe not.
It is
I don't know.
nice, but white has a lot of moves. I mean, white can take on
Yes.
f7,
No.
for example.
Yeah, okay,
He
he
can
can
play
take,
king
yes, I
h2. He can play many moves.
Yes, he
But
can
he's a
take.
piece up. I mean, and the game.
But okay, if you take on f7, I play
F7.
bishop h4, something like this. My threat is bishop e. Okay, yes, I understand. Yeah, there is a play, of course.
There is a lot of play
Yes.
here. Yeah.
So-
Okay, but still, of course, 94 was a big blunder because after 94, what she played,
She played knight e4 here.
I think she missed after bishop f4. She played knight d6.
My goodness, I didn't see this. I didn't follow this. So
Okay,
she
it was
played
some tactics. Yeah.
knight e4,
Bishop f4.
bishop f4.
Yes. Knight d6. It was only move, and now black is going to play e5, and but she missed knight f5.
Yeah, it's a good move.
Well,
Beautiful
it's a
move.
winning move.
Winning move. Beautiful move.
Knight f5.
Yes,
That's what she missed.
Yeah, but okay.
Can you
yes, I
show it to
understand.
our
Yes, I show it to the
listeners?
public,
Yeah?
yes.
Okay, perfect.
This is very beautiful move, yes, I must say.
Because now, well,
She's forced to give up some material.
in fact, she gave the queen.
Yes, but
I
it's
don't know
bad.
how it went, but she gave the queen, and the
Yes.
game may end very soon because
Yes, I see. No, I see.
she took on
Knight d6, knight f5, e takes f5,
yes,
and after
Queen.
queen takes e7,
knight c4 was only move,
yes, knight c7,
and then it's a disaster, of course.
and then bishop this position. Yeah, this
yeah,
happened.
this was the game.
But this will,
It's-
yes, this
it's
will
completely over,
end
no?
up very quickly, yes.
No, the only point is that Stefanova is a bit short on time. She has only 6 minutes left
No, but doesn't matter.
to reach
It's
time
still
control, but it's too simple, in my
too
opinion.
simple, yes.
So most probably this may be the
Rook
next game.
E1, which is very good, and now it's just winning easily. Rook E1, and yes.
Yeah, I don't know, the last 4 moves I didn't see. What happened after Rook A1?
Rook, she played F6,
Uh-huh.
which is okay. There's Rook E8 she wants to play desperately, but no chance, yeah.
Queen B4 probably,
Queen
no?
B4, Knight C5,
Rook F5,
yes, Rook F5, and that's...
Bishop.
so she played Rook D8,
Uh-huh.
fighting like this, yes. Then what happened?
But material is 2 knights
Queen B...
against queen and pawn. I mean, it's like a rook
Yes,
down. I mean, it's
yes. Rook
completely...
F4 happened. Then, yes, okay, but there is no...
But it's interesting, chess players' psychology. If you're a rook down, you resign immediately. But if you have 2 knights for the queen, it's like you are allowed to dream, no? It's not... it's not the same,
What
huh?
did she play on Bishop? Rook D1 was happening. Rook D1, Bishop E6. And now...
She went Rook H4.
No, Bishop F7, Rook D1, Bishop E6, Rook H4.
Uh-huh, Rook
And
H4
Rook G8.
and Rook G8. Uh-huh.
Yeah, but okay, this
No, it's
game
completely over. But if you look at the camera, you see the players. You
King H2,
you see
of course.
there is some tension. Still not.
No, because...
They still
and
feeling
Rook
some
G7,
tension. Yeah.
Okay, she's even, yeah.
It's what I say, that it's a kind of a rook down.
But she has 2 pieces for queen and pawn.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's rook down, but she's not resigning because this material imbalance, 2 knights
But
versus queen. It looks.
What I really like to see this position after castling.
Yeah, of course, it looks
After
quite
long
interesting.
castle.
Long castle. I also thought.
No, a long castle. I was saying this here.
92, long castle.
and
But Knight C4 is a good move,
Yes,
really.
it is good
I
move,
thought
yes.
I thought White was worst, but after Knight C4, I'm not so sure.
No, so after Rook DG8, you play Bishop F4. Yes?
I'm not sure about this move Rook DG8 because Bishop F4 is very annoying. But how to face it? I mean, I was not sure what to do here, to be honest. But Bishop F4 is really annoying. I mean,
I understand.
White
yes.
is pawn up, but the point is not the pawn. I mean, the point is that after Bishop F4, Black is going to be forced to play E5, which is an incredibly ugly move. I mean,
Yes,
I would like to avoid it, but how to avoid it? I could not find it. I mean,
Yes, I understand. Of course, yes.
I could not find it.
I
So maybe
understand.
it's not so clear, this position. Maybe White is okay. Who knows? Who knows? They're still playing, and no.
Yes, it is. Yeah, but tricky, of course. But this Rook DG8, Bishop F4. I'm just wondering. That's really, is it really so good for Bishop F4, E5, and you go back? Yes.
We said Bishop E3, yes.
Okay, and what happens? I cannot.
Because
remember.
I'm not sure about Knight F5 immediately, which is another possibility. Trying to take on E7 with check and the Rook on G8.
But I don't believe it's.
I mean, after E5, Knight F5.
But okay, I play Bishop C5 just. What is the
You
problem?
think so? Uh-huh.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe.
But then maybe Bishop E3 and okay,
Yes, but
White is going to
I don't know.
consolidate the
Maybe
position.
this.
Okay, maybe. It's difficult to say. Back to Knight H4, maybe.
No,
back,
maybe you have to take now.
Maybe
Yeah?
take on C5.
I have to take. Maybe you give this check and Rook F6. Maybe I don't know.
Yes, why not?
I go. You play Rook F6. Yes.
It's all the time very unclear, but it looks like Black is
Yes,
playing
yes,
with fire. I
yes,
mean,
I think so,
it
yes.
can't get wrong easily. I mean,
Yes,
White has
it is correct, yes.
strong pieces.
Yeah, it was a really nice move, I must say. This Knight E4. Yeah, Knight C4. Yes, interesting. So it means the long castle was too early. Was played too early. Long castle probably.
Maybe, but it was not easy to suggest a move there.
To find the move.
Yeah. In fact, the pawn sacrifice is.
It's not maybe so clear, yeah.
Well, I
Looked
mean, it's
good, looked good.
looks okay. In general, looks natural, but it's not healthy 100%. I mean, some some players are coming. Zhukova, the game between
Them,
Sarasat and Zhukova finished.
yeah, probably
Can
she
we have
won.
a look at that game?
Yes, because
It was a draw. It was a draw.
but I think
But okay, it was a
Zhukova
lot.
was so much better in the position.
But it was a lot of fight here. I mean,
What?
okay, I'm going to leave you the ladies. Oh, okay.
No, this is yes,
You're coming
You
to
can
the
come.
press conference.
yes. She didn't play knight a7 move. I see. Why didn't she play knight a7 move? When knight was on c6, knight a7, and it's almost winning position
For whom?
for you.
For me? 97?
Knight a7.
Welcome to this press conference. We are going to talk with Hadim Al-Shari Sarasadat and Zhukova Natalia. They just finished their game and draw in 32 moves. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I want to ask how was your feeling about this game?
Okay, who will start? I mean, my opponent play a7, which I knew about this move. I mean, in this theoretical position, she played a7, which I knew about this move, but I forgot everything.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't expect this Volga today, because usually my opponent didn't play c4 and allow me, to play Volga. Usually she played knight f3, to avoid. I don't know. Okay.
You wanted to surprise Natalia.
No, it wasn't my first time playing c4.
Okay, not first time, but usually you play knight
yeah, I
f3.
played knight f3.
Yeah, to avoid probably c5 and some skill, but okay, she prepared. And I knew this move very interesting. I mean, it's strong move. But I forgot everything what to play. So okay. Okay, I took.
You knew this line.
I knew this line, but I couldn't remember exactly what
But
it was.
you repeated it before the game today, no?
I saw this yesterday before.
Yesterday, okay.
but
It's you see how our memories work, Yesterday she repeated it, and okay. What I took, yeah, it's correct. So I forgot. No, I mean maybe 96. I don't know. So now I started to play my own.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what was wrong. Knight f3, d4, d6, h4. I don't know why you
A4?
played a4. Why you played this? a4. Okay, you didn't hurry up. Just play bishop e2, castle.
yeah,
Okay,
but I
what
just remembered that it was some bishop b5 somewhere, and
Mhm.
here it was not working because of knight e4. So
Okay.
I just tried.
I don't know what. Okay, I was surprised. Every move a4. Now I decided to play knight e6 because some
Of course, knight.
night before. H3, which was I also surprised. Why you play h3? Because in this line I don't want to play knight g4. I mean, okay, I don't know. Okay, you played h3, knight before, bishop, and now it's tricky because
Yeah, after
you
castle,
cannot
you have
play
knight e4,
castle.
that's why.
You probably you
Knight
wanted.
e4,
Yeah, knight e4. It's very nice, and everything is pin. Just I don't know if you take knight e4, it's bishop b5. And if you
Yes, it looks like very bad
Take-
for white. Yes.
here, it's tricky that I take knight c3 and take back with knight. So it's winning for black. So bishop e6. Take. Here I was satisfied. It was my position very well.
But then you played bishop d2?
Natalia,
Yeah.
it's quite typical, no? This position
Yes,
for low
this is very typical.
Even with this a7 move, but it's
This is
more
very,
or less you knew.
very typical, but that's because she played a4, you know. I'm not sure,
But
but
it's also quite typical move in Volga Gambit.
okay,
In
now I
many
was
lines.
satisfied. I spent some time, you know. But after bishop d2, she wanted to play b3, and then rook b1, and
Typical.
yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so then I think to play tricky move rook c8, and planned on b3 take on e4.
Did you expect this?
No. I
Okay.
saw that she was wondering.
Okay.
Because if I play normally knight d7, she will play rook b1, go on. Okay, what?
Slow, trying to change
I don't
pieces.
know. Maybe I'm not worse, but what to do? You know, I just should wait, and I don't like to wait.
Okay.
Okay, I took. I thought it's very interesting for me. Take on d5. Oh, sorry. With queen. She played correct. I mean, probably. I don't know. Queen b1, rook b8, and I thought that this is almost winning. What Luba said, that it's almost winning, but somehow she managed, you know, to move her pieces. You know, I was very surprised that it's time, you know, to move, because I take and knight c6, and I wanted to play knight a7 with winning plan, you know. But after rook c1, I don't know. If I play rook a7, she play, knight a7, she play knight c7. What to do? If rook c6, knight d5, and if king f8.
But here I have check and
Yeah,
Bishop
check.
h6.
Yes, check and knight d2. And what
And
was
like
my idea?
everything is
It's almost the same like in the game, but with strong knight on d5 and my silly knight on a7, you know.
Knight c8 probably, no? Knight
Yeah,
c8,
probably
knight
it's also
d6.
not worst, but okay. Somehow I wanted to first of all, I wanted to play rook
Rook
b6,
b6, yes.
knight d5. If I take, I think it's not nothing special. Take, knight a back, and what if I play rook b1? Take, king h2.
Looks quite good for black in general,
But
not?
it's everything, you know.
Because it's knight and d5, I don't know if
rook
it's...
a1.
Rook where?
A1.
A1, yeah. And wanted to take this, yeah.
Yes.
What I thought.
I would say black is better.
Yeah, knight
here.
d5, what you want. Knight b1, take, king h2, rook a1.
Because it's two pawns, it's quite
Yes, like
strong. No?
a5, knight here, yeah. And if I play here, for example,
Knight c8.
knight c8 and
Knight c3.
Yes, but later I just...
no, wait a moment. Maybe a5.
And now after
And
knight
knight
c6, the
c6.
bishop f4. Okay.
I don't
It
know.
will be
you know,
finished in
this-
draw, but of course it's... Yes.
Probably I should play this, you know, instead of f6. But when I calculated 10 or more minutes, I saw all this variation, and also in this moment when she played knight d5, I calculated here rook b7 with ideas something, you know, because it's here is spin, and here it's very strong bishop c3. What I thought.
It looks like you never can play e6 with
Now I
black.
wanted to play f6. She also, yes, knight d2. Maybe it's also better than in the game, because maybe king f7. Because knight on b5 was very strong, you know.
No, it looks like black very, very slow, can
do
yes,
something.
with some maneuvers would be good.
Yeah, probably it was right way, but I play f6 and she played bishop e3. But I did not like, because I wanted to, you know, first of all my idea was to take. But then, okay, take here, take,
Knight c3.
knight c3. And okay, but then I wanted what to do. King e2, I play king
Okay.
f7, she played f4. Now also I checked here, but nothing special. Yeah, take.
Black check.
It's a little bit different because take. Okay, maybe, but
But now knight c3 and king f2.
yeah. Okay, it's 3 pawn.
Endgame, yes, very interesting.
Knight
But
c3.
they're still quite far. these
Okay, knight d3,
pawns.
knight d4.
Yeah.
Probably also equal.
Yes, should be draw finally.
But
But of course it's a lot of
maybe black will
But
play.
I could also take on c5.
Wait a moment. Rook b3.
No, I mean
No.
Yeah.
Okay, take on
Knight
c5.
yeah. That's what
And take on c5. I
Rook
will
c5. You don't have rook here.
take.
But later some rook a.
a5 and
Ah,
knight d6.
knight
is
d6.
there.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
rook c5.
should be draw. So finally.
Also, yeah.
Yes, looks like.
Okay, play knight c6, back, yeah? No, not back. Yes, knight c6, king f2, knight b4. Here nothing interesting. King f3. And now we started to repeat because I was less on time, 3 minutes, and
You thought you are better or worse in this position?
No, I thought
It's about equal.
Yeah.
I think also it's about equal. I think
probably
it's
with right plan, if you do something. But I think I should try before, yeah. Probably on this move, maybe also knight a7 or then. But in this position, I'm not better, I think.
okay, it's about equal. Yes.
Maybe we are wrong,
Okay.
but I don't know.
And can I ask you what goals you have for this tournament?
Goals?
Natalia? Yes.
Okay, my first Grand Prix, what I participate. So okay, I wanted to play because everybody is very very strong. It's the best woman in the world. I will try to do my best.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
You are happy, for example, to be in first 3 places.
Yes, I will.
Yes.
Of course.
And what about you, Sarasat?
okay, it's just I'll just try to do my best. I mean, play good games. I don't really.
You know that today we checked statistics from which country it's more spectators, no?
Mm-hmm.
And from your country it's quite top.
Quite big,
top.
yeah?
Yes, they are following you, I think. Okay,
You see,
for the
you have
moment you are
very
doing
very
quite well.
fun.
Yes, from Ukraine also, of course. It's,
Because it's
first
3 Ukrainian.
First
Yeah.
place it's France, and later Russia, and later I think it's Ukraine, if I'm not wrong. So,
We
but
should
Iran also it's like
do
place
something.
5 or something like this. So you have a lot of followers, and I think. Okay, I wish you good luck, both. And
Thank
okay,
you.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
So it happened, g4 happened, h4 happened. In this position, king f1, king f8, and then after king f8, I think they still played a lot of the, yes, rook b7, king e8. So the king was going on the side of queen side in order to have this b6 pawn much more liberated. King e8, rook a7, king d8, rook a3, king a7, rook d8, rook a3, rook c7, rook c2. This was yes, rook a7 back. Rook c2, rook a7 back, king c8, king g, rook e7, rook c1 check, and king g2. So we have this position now. But this should be somehow some possible way of winning for white, because after rook d1 I don't see really what she will do. After rook d1 move here. For example, so this was happening, she went rook c2, rook a7, this was the game, king c2, she played now rook e7, and after rook c1 check, king g2, and after rook d1 it will be extremely difficult for black to hold this game, probably king d7, and slowly by slowly she should be having almost no chances to save this game for white, because pawn down and very solid pawns on the king side, which are going to make the position probably winning for black. So now let's come back now to some of the games we missed before. We didn't we didn't cover for some time, which was Hu Yifan Koneru. I like to now to come back to this game, Hu Yifan Koneru, because the position of this game is, as we expected before, to be extremely complicated, because black was with an exchange up, but white's pieces were dangerously placed, because black king is rather open and weak. So in general, I have impression that this position was, and I must mention the moment when we left this game. The moment when we left this game was that she, on a certain moment, she played the move queen d8. She played the move queen e8 in a certain moment. So after h4, it was happened queen e8, queen d1, very strong move, and then bishop takes g5 was a move, and then bishop takes g5, and now she plays queen e6 move in this position, and now happened queen a4. This was the main line. Queen comes to a4, bishop comes to b5, knight comes to b5, pawn times 5, bishop, queen takes b5. This is what happened eventually in the game. And after that, the move happened rook a to c8. Rook e1, rook c5. Yes, white has two bishops and one pawn for an exchange, which should be in general good compensation, especially when the black king is rather open and it's having some problems to hide. So queen to b1, knight to e5. We are coming to some some kind of... they played really many moves since we left this game, not to follow it. So Queen B1, knight E5, Bishop G2 has been played, Rook FC8, I suppose, came. Rook FC8, of course. Then we have this Queen to D1, and Rook went to C2, which was very logical. What A4, Rook comes to A2, to come to double rooks on C line. Sorry, this is actually, no. Where was I? This is just this. So Bishop G5, Queen E6, Queen A4, Bishop E5, take this side. Knight E5, Bishop G2, Rook C8, Rook C2, A4, Queen A2. This is the main move, Queen A2. So it was Queen A2, and then Rook went to F1 to protect, of course. And then Queen returned to E6 back. There might be some kind of H5 happened, and then happened H6. Bishop F4, King H7. So in general, White has a quite good compensation because of the weakness of the Black King. So what happens now? Queen D4, Knight C6. So this has happened.
Welcome to this press conference. We are going to talk with Antoneta Stefanova and Alexandra Kostyniuk, who just have finished the game with victory of Antoneta in 37 moves. Good afternoon. What was your feeling about this game, Antoneta and Alexandra?
Oh, we played something similar not too long ago in the European Rapid, right?
Yes,
in Kutaisi, up to this move F4, and then H6. I don't know if Alexandra prepared it or not, but for me it was kind of a new move.
Did you prepare this
Oh
move?
yeah, I prepared it. Yeah, because we played it recently, this line.
Just okay, I'm not sure if it's a novelty or not, this H6, but I don't remember seeing it in another.
Yes, I'm not sure.
So okay, H6, and I thought, okay, if I go direct E4, might be some take and G5 and some checks on B6 or whatever. So I decided to make some prophylactic move, King H1. I don't know if it's just waste of time or if it's good prophylactic, but just
maybe after King H1 I can do something else. Maybe I can play Knight H7.
Knight H7, yes, I was thinking about such things, but then, okay, I just come back.
And G5 if I play.
G5, I don't know if I can play G4, Bishop G6 and Knight E5. I like it for white.
Well, if I take,
Okay, take, then take, and Bishop takes. Okay, I don't know. I mean, it's a pair of bishops, so I don't know.
Yeah, because
Looks
well,
more
I mean,
pleasant
in
for
the
white.
game everything.
No, everything looked normal. I don't know about the E4, but let's say normal. And then, okay, I was surprised by G5 because, okay, I mean, it's sacrificing a pawn, and I don't know if there is full compensation or not. But on another hand, if black just does nothing, maybe, okay, I have a bit more space and a bit more pleasant positions. I mean, I'm sure computers know better than us if after G5 white is really better or not. But okay, I played take.
Yeah, everything seems logical till I just blundered a piece. So
Yes.
Yes, I
So
agree. I
knight
think
d2.
this G5.
Okay, this knight
It's
d2 I
interesting.
took a long thought because I'm not sure what I have.
I like this
have to
idea,
play,
yes.
but yes, it looks normal. And then castle long, maybe it's already a mistake. I don't know.
Maybe, I don't know, because after
Because
knight c4, then
yeah.
I need to play knight e5. If this line, if knight e4 line doesn't work, probably knight e5.
Yes,
play.
but then okay, I just take it. And bishop f4, right? And
I didn't like it. Well, I was thinking also about what move? b5, I think I was thinking after knight c4.
Knight c4, b5, but then b5. Okay, it looks a bit.
And then I calculated
risky.
some strange line
E5?
with bishop f4
no.
and e5 and everything, but I mean, I didn't like it.
How is it? To be honest, this
Knight
b5
e5, knight f5, something.
Knight f5.
Knight
Yes.
f5 now,
Mm.
or just take on e5? I don't understand.
No, knight f5 now, I think.
Knight f5, yeah.
Yes. Okay. Then if you take.
Knight e7 and then knight a5. Knight e5. Well, I mean, it's
Or king
something-
b7 maybe.
Since knight
I know,
a5.
knight
a5.
No, knight a5, knight e5, g takes a4. But since I blundered a piece in one move, I'm sure that you can find something in one move. I mean,
Yeah.
well.
I don't
Yeah,
know,
I'm not sure also about castling. Yeah, because I castled since I was planning to play knight takes e4
Yes, what
after knight
happened in
c4.
the game? Yeah.
And if I don't castle, I'm sure I have some other options.
I don't know. I was thinking maybe here that you have to, but what? How to play?
Knight e5.
Knight e5. No, f6 is
hanging. Yeah.
So, I don't know. I thought that I saw something for
Queen
black.
e5 or something.
No, queen e5. Okay.
No, a5. Maybe a5.
Well, I was thinking queen e5 also, but just bishop f4,
Bishop f4.
and if queen takes b2, just knight c4, and okay.
Yes, but if I play queen a5.
Queen a5. Can I play e5 here?
Yeah, maybe.
Because, well, my knight is not hanging here, so you cannot take on e5.
Yeah.
No,
Well, I
I'm
don't
not
know.
sure.
Yeah,
Maybe
here-
it's just bad.
Maybe,
for
who
black.
knows? Well, yeah, here is it. Either black will find some precise way to fight for the initiative because
Yeah.
I just sacrifice the pawn or not. So I don't know. Yeah, well, in the game I just blundered. I mean, I didn't see knight f5 at all till the move was played on the board. So I was happy to find some nice lines after
Yeah.
bishop takes e7, for example.
It's
a draw.
It's a
Yeah,
draw.
knight,
Yeah,
knight
takes
g3.
g3.
Knight
king
e2
g1.
and then king h1 seems to.
Yes, because if king f2, queen g3 mate, so it's a draw. But okay, of course it's very unfortunate.
Well, here
for black.
maybe
Okay, you can play e5, but
E5.
it's just piece down, I guess, no? Okay, e5, I take.
or I can
and
I can
bishop
take on
takes,
h4. I sacrifice the queen like this at least to keep the dark square. Well, it's
how? I don't know.
Bishop takes
Here.
h4. Yes.
Okay,
Ah, no, but then you take the
then
bishop.
Then you have just one piece for the
Yeah,
queen,
one
not
piece,
even
yeah.
two. So.
No, that's too bad.
No,
well,
okay,
maybe it's just losing. So
Yeah, I mean
knight
after
f5 is a very
this,
strong move.
yeah, knight f5.
Well, and some, I mean, later on, well, maybe some, practical chances, but not more than this.
Yeah, okay, it's
It's
just queen for
simply
two pieces,
losing,
so,
yes.
yeah. So I don't know if we really have to.
No,
into
I think
analysis
not
of this.
because after knight f5 it's true, it's completely winning.
Just yeah. Okay, here
It's
it's
nothing.
yeah.
And Antonetta, yesterday you lost a very long game, and today you won. And normally you're upset, or you're very very fast to recuperate your.
Well, I'm
Not usual for me.
used to win and lose many games, so I don't.
You don't care. If you lost, next day you're.
Okay,
The
I
same.
believe you should try to continue the tournament because there is no point to be stuck on the game that you lost. So I just try to play every game like if it's first or last in the tournament. So yeah, it's okay. Of course, I'm not happy that I lost yesterday, but what to do? I mean.
Okay, and can I ask you what, Alexandra, your goal for this tournament?
in this kind of tournaments you cannot really have any goals. Well, for me at least, they always been very tough Grand Prix. So just play game after game, as Antonietta said. I think that's the right approach here, because I mean plans are. It's a good thing to plan or to hope for, but then tournaments go in different direction and you need to live with it. So yeah, well, win or lose, you need to continue. There are many strong opponents ahead, despite the results. So well, just analyze maybe this one and then just go on to the next round.
And we're playing so beautiful place, and it helps for some games, or it's
not every day.
It's either helps or distracts, right? So we'll tell later about it. But I mean, it's always nice to play. It's nice to play in a beautiful place, and I prefer to play in such places than in sport hall or something, where many open tournaments take place nowadays. So yes, it's nice to play in nice places. Yeah.
Okay. Also, I would say you both always very elegant. Like for game, I like it very much. I want to congratulate with this, because not all players they're like you. Okay, so I think it's enough. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm coming back with very interesting game of today, which is Hu Yifan against Koneru. The game was really interesting from early opening, and until this moment we can say that the position is very unclear. White has 2 bishops and 1 pawn with 1 pawn extra for compensation against 1 knight and 1 rook in general. So, but black's pieces, as you can see on board, are very much active, because knight on d4 is extremely active. Bishop on d6 of white is not really staying active, and it will be probably difficult for Hu Yifan to find the best ways in order to try to save the game, because I think she stands now definitely worse, but I don't know if she still is able to save the game, because, for example, what I was saying, after bishop e4, if queen comes to h3, it is visible that white is almost winning on the spot because of the knight fe2 mate. So this is one of the reasons why white cannot play bishop to e4, because normally bishop e4 would be this kind of move, yes, but when queen comes to h3, then everything collapses, yes. So this is why she has very much of difficulties to make a correct move, because I mean some decent move. And one of possible black threats would be knight e2 check. What I want to say is would be knight to e2 check, and when the king would go to g2, h2, then queen from h6 would come to g4, and the pawn on h5 would be under pressure. So as you can see, this kind of position would be very much in favor of black, and it is very hard to see for me at this moment how can white stop it. You see, because so it is. Sorry, excuse me. And so it is very difficult to see how white is. Oh, I have been watching this game, and then suddenly I switched to the other one, which is what is this? But my goodness, what? I'm so sorry. This is the Conero situation. Is position is just better, and I have been. Jesus. How did I do this? If you follow this game, Conero with black pieces, it is very difficult to find the good move for white in this position, because as I was explaining before, it is not so easy. Okay, we can now see that it is really difficult to make a move for Mrs. Hu Yifan, because as I was explaining before, this bishop on e4 is failing because of queen h3 move, you see, and then of course then queen comes to h3 and the position is just collapsing, because bishop c2, then knight f3 or knight e2 always mates. So this is the reason why the Chinese girl has lots of difficulties in a position, because she can hardly be able to organize her position, and one of the main threats of the position actually is no. What am I doing? So she decided to play an interesting move, queen to b4, in order to try to get with this knight. But I think that the position now is becoming extremely dangerous for her, because possibly move queen g4, as you can see it on board, would give her a very difficult way how to defend the position, because one of the most normal moves would be this one, and then after knight e2 check, king h2, and queen takes h5, bishop h3. She's trying to save the game by this kind of activity of her pieces, and somehow she's hidden. But in this position, black has probably extremely strong move, rook on c4 back, and then to regain the same kind of threats if possible. But another interesting move, of course, would be to place queen to knight to c3, knight to e2, king h2, for example. That can be some new variation, king h2, and on some and if rook c4, then probably the obliged move would be queen b1 back again. But now, how is this position if black white just takes the pawn on a4, or I mean whatever, just to have many unpleasant threats, like even rook h4 to mate immediately. So it is really difficult to see what would be her best move to make after rook c4 move. After rook c4, it really it's yes. So I'm saying after this position, knight e2 or rook c4, they are both all good moves. So also possible. And then after queen b1 back, knight e2 check, king goes h4, and then rook takes here. And now it's extremely difficult. Maybe this would be the only move in the position, of course, yes. So for this reason, knight to teach, yes, queen b4. Yeah, this is maybe the only possible way. Queen b4 was yes, a clever move, I must say, very clever move that she has played it. But I'm not so sure if this move would save the game for her, because it is a very unpleasant position actually, and maybe it won't be enough to save the game for white. Sorry. So so she did make this move after a very long thinking. She's now having only 16 minutes for the next 20 moves to make, which is quite a little, but Miss Conero has 27 minutes, so some 11 minutes time advantage, which might be even decisive in this kind of positions. So I was saying before that one of the possible moves would be this one, then the only move would be this one, of course. But still, I'm not very convinced if this is this would be probably good for white to get out of this very unpleasant. But maybe one of the moves here would be also to play rook on d1, rook on d2, because the traps, the threats are staying more or less the same, although it is never the same, because very difficult. But my impression in this position is that Conero, of course, can always repeat the moves, but by queen b1 back and rook back to c2, what would probably oblige white to repeat the position, because it was remarkable that this was the only useful move, queen b4, trying to save the game for white. But it's interesting. These two players, they have always played very interesting games, and it was always very sharp somehow. Now it is the position which requires very accurate play by both, and I think rook d2 is one of interesting moves, I must say. Knight e2 check, as I said before, king h2, rook to c4, queen to b1 should be played. And now, of course, it is difficult. Rook on a4, and after bishop h3, white, let's suppose rook h4, pawn takes h4, rook takes h4, queen d3, knight f4, and black is not able to win because of this saving check on this position, and rook is on attack. So for that reason, it is actually good for white to keep this queen on b4 and trying to defend the fourth rank, because after queen g4, as I said, pawn to e6 would be extremely dangerous, because now bishop would come to e5, and it would this bishop would be able to come to e5, you see, and that would make him make the girl, Chinese girl, saving the position, because bishop comes to e5. So it is. This is why I don't like to move the queen from e6, because it covers, makes very good blockade. It should be moved from this place only when the position is absolutely winning. So I was thinking that maybe rook d2 would be one very logical move to keep the pressure of the position, which is or rook to c4, and then probably force the repetition of moves, as I said before. But it is not easy decision, I must say. Let me now come back to the game of Skripchenko and Pia Kramling, because and of Pia. No, this is not the one. But where is this? Because Skripchenko is really fighting in this game to make a draw, which is not really easy to achieve, because we were having this position already some time ago. King d6, rook e8. So she played in this position. She played rook d8. Then something. I'm sorry. So rook e8 happened. In this position. I'm sorry. It went again. Bank. Just, yeah, my goodness. What? In this position, she played rook e8 move, which was the main line, and after king d7, she rook e3 happened. King c6, rook e6, and then king went to b7. And now the main move, rook e7 check, king is a6. Rook d7 happens, yes. This is the position. How is she able to hold this game? It is very difficult. Objectively, it is extremely difficult to imagine, because such a position looks so passive for black that she must wait. It is very clear. But what would be other? For example, some moves like something like this would probably not be good, because after knight c6, rook d7, knight b8, king goes wherever, and then knight takes d7 would be just in white's favor. So this kind of position is not working, and Pia Kramling has to find some more accurate way of playing this. I think a more accurate way would be to get probably this king a5, rook a7. This would be some kind, rook a7 check, king b4, rook b7, and probably now the right move would be bishop to d4, or bishop to wherever, bishop to b2 maybe, bishop to a1, and after taking, no, bishop to a1 not, definitely, but it would be maybe bishop to d4, exactly. No, it's hard to say, yes. So if bishop d4, rook b6 check, rook b6, king c3, rook takes d4, pawn takes d4, and now rook takes f6, and rook takes c3 and pawn to c5. This position would be probably winning, for white, but for black, sorry, because check, king h2, and then d3 c6, d2 c7, yes, this. Yes, maybe this would not be a win. I have impression that this really would not be a win. So let me come back now for some moves, because it seems that to make a progress it requires certain very, very skillful ideas in the position. How skillful would be to try to make try to play something like this b5 move. I'm just wondering, because after check, for example, yeah, it would be, for example, what would be happening here, king h5, maybe king here, rook here, and now maybe b4 would be winning probably, or simply king b6, queen, king here, here, and king b5. This kind of perhaps endgames would be enough to win for black, probably. Although it's always complicated when the rook endgames are connected. One pawn down doesn't mean you have to necessarily to lose the game. I must say that Mrs. Skripchenko is really fighting well to put the most difficult problems for black pieces, how to find the progress in the position. And this is what is her good merit in this kind. Finally, so it happened. Pia Kramling, I see that she did play this idea of pawn b6, b5 to exchange the pawns, and then of course, yes, it just came to rook d7, and this is the position when she really decided to play b5 move. So took on b5, took on b5, and this is the position we really have. How winning chances are present here? I think black, of course, yes, has winning chances, but perhaps by reduction of material, it is slightly less than it was before. But of course, it is extremely difficult to make a good defense for white, because the whole position is a little bit. Bishop is usually stronger than knight in these positions. These three pawns here are very strong also, because the chain, the king is almost isolated, and I think that black will slowly by slowly come in with her king to the queen side, queen to b4 or queen to b3 and c2 later if necessary, and will try to keep c pawn protected. But how it will happen, I'm wondering, because maybe now good move is rook d5 or rook d6 even. It is she has to choose, of course, passive but solid way of protecting this position. It is not the rook d8 might be another also passive, but not perhaps not immediately easy to see what would follow. Rook d6 is of course another option. So I mean, she has some options actually to try to defend this position, but it's objectively it is not easy. It's always difficult, because the idea of coming rook to d8 is probably to make a black king go around. So, for example, now she would be able to come rook to attack this pawn, and after possibly bishop d4 move, yes, take rook d6, rook c6, rook d2 check, king g1. King where? Yes, it is difficult. It would be lost. The position here would be lost for white, because there are no squares. Rook takes d3, and then rook would capture this on h3, and then the position would simply collapse. So white has to find some skillful way how to escape of these possible rook endgames, which are always very dangerous for her. And by moving her king to f2 is possible, of course, but she cannot come back to furthermore, because pawn h would be lost then. So it is. I want to say, you see, these kind of positions are very passive for white. White must stand and wait to see what happens. Probably. in general, I would say that the best square for the rook would be rook on d5, to put it. And for example, when king comes to b4, maybe just to stay waiting, and to stay waiting like this. Wait. And it's not so easy for white, for black to progress and really get a win, because somehow the position remains very statical. Black can hardly improve his bishop and rook in this type of endgame. So whenever you come to play this, then would be always knight takes. So and always some check. And when you would make something like this, then I just go with my queen, king back. And when bishop a3, with the idea that maybe king comes to c3 now, with bishop a3 idea, of course, this would be a chance, trying to do maybe knight, maybe it has to happen, giving, yes, this would be some king to c3, rook takes f6, rook takes d3, and then knight takes g5. And maybe it is also a difficult position, but black would be certainly better, but still better and with good winning chances. But it depends, would this position be really won or not won? It is likely that it might be won, but still, I mean, there are some chances for black to save the game here, for white to save the game, I'm sorry. So, it is the position, but she made this move, which is, okay, I see. So, Skripchenko, she played eventually rook to d8 move, which I was saying, and now Pia Kramling went with the king to c6 back. I think this was not the best solution for her, I would say, because now this is not the best solution, because now white can play king to f2, and after some bishop a5, what I believe may happen, the right move would be rook f8, rook takes d3, rook takes f6, king goes to b5 or d5, wherever, probably. And now the question is it better first to play rook f5 move, which is probably good, or maybe even rook f5 seems good, and after bishop e8, perhaps knight takes g5 would be the move. And on this kind of endgames, rook takes h3, it is very possible that the game might end up in a draw, because c4 is coming. Yeah, it is, maybe the rook comes on the flank, check, king here, g5, h3, h3, or maybe check better, king e2, king c2, g6, c3, g7, rook g1, rook h8, rook g7, rook h4, and rook e7, and black would be winning here. This would be just winning position for black. I just was deliberately playing these moves that we can come back to this position and see what is really happening. So yes, but I think there is no better move than king f2 in this position for Skripchenko. And I believe she will have to play it, actually. She played it, yes? She played king f2, she has to. And now this is the question of bishop a5, how bishop a5 is strong. Maybe after bishop a5 move, this might be dangerous in a way, but So let's see, king f2, bishop a5, maybe rook a8 would be the move to attack the bishop immediately. And on some move, yeah, this would be probably difficult. This would be new variation, so bishop b6, and then after rook a3, maybe this move would make it awkward, or maybe not. King e2, it's not so bad. Then it's not so bad. So she might be able to fight still a lot here. So bishop b6 and rook a3, because on this move, maybe rook, I understand, maybe rook h1 is coming, and then this pawn will fall. But there is this position is still very resilient for. Very resilient, and knight goes to g5, rook to g3, and maybe there are chances here to save this game again. It is maybe possible to save the game, but yes, these are some chances to save this game. So it is still technical problem for black, how to make this position. But where are these games? Where is this live game? I have to see this. Musichuk Mario, Pia Kramnik, yes, it is still fighting position somehow. Humpi, what did Humpi do? Aha, they have exchanged these queens, I see. Let me come back to Mrs. Hui Fan Humpi Koneru, because I see that this, but I see what has happened. So so eventually this after queen b4, this position queen g4 happened, and after e6 she gave check, and when king went to h2 she just exchanged the queens and took the pawn on e6. Now black is a clear pawn. Excuse me for 1 second. I want to have this game on the screen that you are able to see it, because you can see that this position is now clear exchange up for black, but perhaps not too easy to bring this game to win, because there are some tactical way of chances for white, because she has two bishops, and objectively the game should be lost for white, objectively, but it is maybe still the way for her to fight. Probably I like very much rook to come back on c7 in this position and protect the 7th rank, and just have idea to take on, for example, yes, I would just then have idea to take rook takes a4, and then it would be really extremely difficult, no? Sorry, so it would be really extremely difficult, yes, but how do I get out of this? Yeah. Yes, it is a bit strange that this position can be defended by white, because one exchange and not even for a pawn, only two bishops is somehow leaving white to seek for tactical chances like rook e6, for example, in order to confuse this. So maybe rook would come to a4 or something. Yes. Okay. Let me. Maybe even this is not the accurate move. Rook c7. Maybe there should be something else for black to do something like maybe, yes, but it's not so. Maybe she would just have to take rook takes a4, the pawn, which is also possible. Rook takes a4, for example, something like this. She comes by check, and now very likely maybe just to play move something like this, probably. And when it come to here, then to play king f7. And then maybe the only move would be this, to try to get this pawn. But now, yes, there are some chances. I mean, to take h-pawn and try to fight, yes. There are some chances. The game is objectively still not lost, but slowly by slowly, it's only getting for black, getting better for black, in my opinion. So let's see. There are some tricky lines. She has to solve this, Miss Coneru. If she wants to win this game, she has to solve this tactical way of defending the position. Perhaps another way of doing a right move would be maybe king f6 as a new variation. Yes. Why do we play this? Because after some kind of move like here, maybe then the idea would be it's not so simple. Then again, the same kind of thing can happen, and pawn on h6 will be vulnerable, and there is always some kind of maybe not good one. Yeah, maybe it is good. And on knight d4, just play bishop e7, king f5, yes. Fighting, yes, it is still somehow fighting, but yeah, maybe not so easy to win, but it's very close. Yes, black is closing up the winning chances. So, yeah, she has to decide what to play. King f6 seems a good move. Rather good move. But maybe there is a nice move, something like what I would like to see. For example, I would like to see what kind of move would be this one, for example. I'm just wondering. So if rook takes here, what is this new variation, let's say? So if rook takes here, rook takes on f2. And it's very hard to, I mean, it's impossible to defend on g2 this piece. So one of the possible lines would be probably this one. This would maybe guarantee a draw. Bishop c3 check, e5. Yes, probably. Yeah, difficult to say. King h3, rook takes. And this might guarantee a draw. Well, no, it's unlikely. Yeah, this should be also lost position, probably. Should be also lost position because of this. She played, yeah? Yes, knight d4. She did play knight d4, you see? It is something like good possibility that she has this move. But let's see how good this variation is actually. Is there some other square? No. So maybe rook g4 check is the move here. But then I must go. If I go here, then there is a check here. But still, it's also better for black. But if I go here, the question is what happens if I go here? Bishop c3, rook check, king here, and it would be a draw probably. Because there is now nothing better than perpetual check in a position. Check, here, check, here, check, and if it goes here, then black would win, but of course comes back, and then it would be a draw. It would be a draw. So this is the one possible line, maybe. So rook takes d4, rook takes f2, rook g4 check. Let's see what happens after rook g4 check. So one of the logical moves would be king f7, rook f4 check, new variation. Rook f4 takes, and now rook takes a4. And these two pass pawns would be this two pass pawns would be winning for black, probably, because it's difficult to defend these two pass pawns. They would probably make to the queen. So it is yes, she's taking this. She has realized that she has no better move than to take. She realized that there is no better move than to take, so rook will take f2, and now maybe this saving move rook g4, perhaps, which might really offer chances to draw. Some chances, not much. King f7, I think, is the strongest, and then rook f4 check, takes again, and rook takes h4, which is really becoming difficult. So something like this would happen, and then this a pawn would start running, probably. Are there chances here to make a draw? I think very little chances for white to make a draw. But if some inaccurate play happens, it may happen that the game eventually may end up in a draw. For example, a5 or bishop c6, rook c4, bishop b5, rook c2, and then king g3. Then I go, what? She played rook d7 check, but this was wrong. Now she is lost, in my opinion. No, this is wrong what she did. Okay, let's have a look. She didn't play this check. She went rook d7 check, and then after king f6, I don't know what is she going to do now. I really don't see it. So she might give check again. I play e5. She might give check again. I go here. A new variation. I have to go here. She might give this check. This is a saving check. Yes. I see. So she has to go. Oh, then this is maybe a draw now. G5, rook G6, rook D6, king F5, G4 check, king takes G4, rook G6 check, only move, king goes to H5. She has to play something like, yeah, it is probably difficult to, it must be lost also. This, and then any move, it's probably winning for, maybe E4 is winning, maybe. Because there are three pawns, for example, king H3 cannot go, king G1, rook G2, rook G2, rook G2, G2. This position might be winning for black, because there are many far pawns. This position might be winning for black, but maybe, yes, it's not so simple. Maybe bishop to d4, h5, bishop to e3, h4. Yes, maybe not winning, yes, maybe here. And might be just a draw, positional draw, yes. h2, but still, yes, it's difficult to say it can be winning at all. No, this is not winning, probably. So this is a chance. So this is her chance, actually, to have something like this position. Of course, we have to watch out what happens after rook h4 move, which is also very, very strong, in my opinion, because the idea is on this move to play simply this move, to make a cut, and then just with the 3 pawns, black would win. Black would easily win. So it is difficult. I see now what has happened. She didn't play this or she didn't give check on e5 even. She just took immediately the pawn on a7, which is now rook takes g2, rook king h3. Of course, she's fighting very hard in order not to lose this game, but I'm afraid that the position is really bad. Really bad, and it's quite possible that she might be lost in the position. For example, what happens if we play something like this? King goes up, something like rook on c2, I suppose. Then bishop e7 or bishop f8. Then we go with check. King goes there. And yes, maybe there is still some chance to save this game. Although chances are every time less and less, but it's possible. It's possible maybe that there would be some play here. What else to do? What else to do? How to win this? Not maybe so simple. Not too simple, I must say. Because is this a good check or not good check to give? So King g5 is not working very much because of this nice move. And when this, of course, now it is already made, you know. And then, of course, black is not even better because must play rook a4 move, and it would be a draw probably. So. So it is some technical problems for black to bring this advantage to victory. As rook c2 looks to me quite a good move. Rook to c2 looks good move, but maybe better move is rook g1 or something. I don't know. It is difficult to say. Yes, I mean. She has to find a way how to go. And let's go back to Skripchenko's position, because she is still fighting very hard, although it is not easy. She has we were leaving this position in some position like no, sorry, this is not. We were leaving Skripchenko's position in the game like more or less something like so she sorry she so it is clear that the something happened like no, this is what did not happen. She played king f2. No, king f2 has happened here. What was the move here? King f2, rook c6, rook d8, bishop here. I hope this has happened in this game. Or maybe not. Somehow it seems difficult that she will be able to. But where? Where is this game? How was this happening? I cannot find this position. What was on the... Spasibo. Okay. So we should have a look how fighting is in Skripchenko in this in very difficult position actually, because it was not easy for her before to after. I want to say what has happened actually since we stopped watching. So this was more or less King D8 happened, then King C6 happened, Rook D8 happened, then King C6. Then we went. Then she went for King F2, Bishop, King F2, Bishop A1, which is very strange move, I must say. But okay, she's better. She's just using Rook C8 happened check. Rook C8, Rook C. No. Rook C8 check. Queen, King went to B6. Rook to B8 check. So. King to C7, Rook to B3, and then probably King to C6, King to G2, King to D5, and yes, and now slowly by slowly, Black is getting her ideal position in a way. Rook to A3, Bishop to D4, Rook to B3, Bishop to E3. And of course, she's gradually making her pieces better and better. And after Rook A3, she plays the bishop. After Rook A3, I think very good idea would she played Bishop F4, but maybe even Rook here was a good move. But okay, Bishop F4 is also strong, I'm sure. And this gradually should bring the win for Pia Kramling, as domination of her position is total. For example, Rook B3 or something like this, then Rook C1, because the idea was actually Rook C1. Yes, doesn't matter. Rook C1 to give Rook C2 check, and then it would be very difficult. So, and after Rook B2, then Rook comes to C3, and then you can see that this pawn is hardly defended. If on knight E1, maybe Bishop G3, and so on and so on. So the position is probably over for Skripchenko, although she was fighting very well until these last moves of the game. And I hope that the game will not take too much long from this point before Pia Kramling probably scores her first point in the tournament. Let me see now.
Welcome to this press conference. We are going to talk with Anna Muzychuk and Natalia Pagonina, who just has finished the game, and it was victory of Natalia Pagonina in 47 moves. Okay, good afternoon. How are you feeling about this game? What happened in opening and probably some critical moments? Natalia.
Okay, just a little bit tired and not easy to talk about game. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm. I played the first time with line. Maybe I don't remember, but I played against D4. I think I played the first time. Okay, before game I saw Anna game against Timman and tried to play like in this game. So Okay, just it was
just
in
that
yes,
one.
yes. Yeah, okay. And here Anna played against him on a4. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and against me. Okay, well, here she played d5, and okay, I'm not prepared a lot with position. So from this move, I start to think how to play. It's very complicated. I'm not sure how to put my pieces. Okay, I played knight d7 with the idea to play bishop f6 and after maybe try to play something on the queen side. Okay. No. I don't know
Evaluation of this position,
to think
Anna?
about
What do you think? How you evaluate this position?
I don't know.
Did you like during the game this?
No, it's just unclear because white plays on the king side and black on the queen side, and more or less it's obvious. Just depends who will be quicker with its
Yeah.
play.
Okay, I think the first moment will be here.
Critical
I think yes, because I thought maybe to sacrifice pawn a4 for Anna to play knight g1 or knight d2 or knight h2. I don't know.
Each for pawn, you mean?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes. I don't know. Okay, I'm not
And
sure.
What is the idea? Let's see.
Okay, I'm not sure, but for example,
It's
play
on f4.
f4. I don't know. Okay,
But you can take and play f6.
Yes, but I think you have
But
more.
I was calculating some strange
You
lines.
have the most.
Yeah,
If you want, take it.
Like if you play c4 here.
Yes,
and
I also.
after f4 you just take and and if I take with pawn then some knight d5 and
yes, also possible, but maybe bishop b3, no?
but bishop b3 then knight c4 is coming and somehow
Because
your
also
pieces are
yes, maybe.
are better prepared for some opening the position.
So you don't accept the sacrifice of pawn and just.
Okay, there are two options. I also think that this position is okay for black. Well, just I think that c4 might be even better, but
it's not enough. No, you think it's not enough compensation?
Difficult to say because what to do? If I play g5, you just take with f pawn, then you play h5, and still.
Yes, of course. If white white cannot give me mate, so okay, I will have one pawn more up.
That's why I decided to keep
Looks
the pawn.
like not enough, Natalia.
Maybe yes, maybe.
Like it's not enough.
Okay, but during the game, you think it is maybe dangerous because
maybe here I just had to play like. I'm not sure about bishop b3. Maybe I had to keep this pawn on b3 somehow.
Okay, I'll take b3.
Yeah, but now I can take with the pawn. I didn't like something. But maybe it was better than what I played.
Maybe. I don't know. I can also maybe to play knight this. Okay.
Maybe rook c3 and then.
Rook c3.
Yeah, I didn't like this bishop that you can attack.
Yes.
Maybe
no queen c7. Okay, but maybe. Yes, it looks strange for white to play bishop d1. Not.
Okay, also play rook c1 and then.
Well, rook c1, maybe I can take on f5 and play a4, for example.
Yeah, somehow I don't like too much. Even thought about some e5 moves, but.
Yeah, but I think it doesn't work. Okay, I think black has a nice position. Every piece is.
First, no, with this plan. in queen side.
Yes.
Because
And
white still not clear what is...
what to do with black
yes.
king, yes. I don't know. Okay.
And here why you take, it's only move.
I don't know if it's only move, but
Okay, I
what
want.
to do?
Yes.
Later this pawn it was very dangerous.
Yes, but anyway, I can. In the future, I will play a4, b3. Also, I have nice position.
No, of course it's advantage
Yeah.
for black, but what I mean after this pawn became too...
Yes, it looks.
too
Maybe try
strong.
rook b1. With idea rook b6, rook c6.
Okay,
How
move
do you
it,
think?
if you
Maybe
want to move.
try this move. I don't know.
I didn't see.
Yes, with idea rook b6 here and rook c6. I think it's not so clear for me. I don't remember what I wanted to do.
Just take this one.
Yes, I wanted to take g5.
If with G, then queen d7.
And rook c8,
rook
yes.
b6 anyway.
Yes.
But then
No,
rook c8.
Rook c8, maybe. Also not. Yes.
It looks very similar to the game with this pawn.
So maybe play it queen f5, not queen. Maybe try queen f5. Okay, yeah. Yes. Because I thought about queen c8, but I also can play rook b6. I was calculated with position. I don't know.
But looks like with queen it's better, no? It's like...
Yes, but if white can move...
Even somehow f4 to 5, I don't know, something to complicate it a little bit.
I can't remember what I wanted to do. I just remember what I did not like with plan. I think it was the main plan for white. Queen c8, okay, also.
Yes.
Okay, but would be 6.
Probably. Not so clear, no?
No,
It's
not
like
so.
black is winning.
Yes, of
no.
course.
Okay. So probably it was interesting. Rook b1.
Yes, I think it's...
Okay, let's see the game.
Because here I put my pieces on some good position. I don't know what to do for white. It's very passive for white.
Yes, here it looks like almost lost, no?
I don't know about this move, because maybe somewhere I can put my queen on v4.
Yes, I thought about queen d7.
Yes, maybe queen d7, maybe. And queen e4, this idea. I don't like so much. I didn't like this move. I wanted maybe to play a3 and rook b2, maybe. But I don't know. Maybe f3, yes. I don't like this move, yes. Maybe to play, okay.
C2, no?
Not c2, but what I will do after, no? I thought about c2, maybe to play here, with idea queen b3. Also possible. So, because she can play bishop d4, rook d2. Because I think with white cannot keep it, this position. I'm not sure that white can keep it.
I don't think so.
Are you agree or not?
Yes, because, okay, some variation, for example.
Yes.
And okay, king d2, bishop g5, or queen d2, bishop b2. It's okay. I think it's a main chance for white to make some draw, for example. Okay, I did not see. Queen x6. Okay, maybe I can start from queen b1. Okay.
But even after queen a6, you could play queen b1.
Yeah, maybe. Okay.
Okay, there are
Maybe bishop f4, maybe.
But bishop b4, bishop b2 wins anyway.
f6.
f6, queen.
Yeah, maybe also. Okay, we will.
And c1 queen is worse, no?
Yes, okay.
No, it's strange, no?
Okay.
It's very strange.
Okay, but it does not work. But okay, I'll calculate some strange things like you know. But okay, it does not work. No, anyway, I mean it's not work.
Yes, and king is coming.
No, okay. some stupid situation for black. Okay, of course. And then the king. Okay, I also can play bishop b2. Yeah, but I decided to play. I wasn't sure about f6 and decided to play queen d1. I think it was easy way for black to win. And so that's all. And white is lost.
Anna, what do you think? In which moment it was decisive mistake?
Okay, it wasn't. I don't know, because there was no something like blunder or whatever, so it should be just checked how to play.
Probably all this variation with h3, g4 probably not so good, because later
I don't know.
It's
maybe this moment. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they play rook h1 for the beginning. I don't know. Maybe start from this move. No.
And c4.
Yes. h4. Okay, looks strange. Okay, h4. Maybe to find something here.
If I take on b3, knight d5.
Also knight d5, yes. But no, g5. Yes, no. That's.
And then again, no. Then knight c5.
Knight c5.
Somehow
Yes.
Yes.
Probably that variation was taken on b3 with pawn. You remember this variation we checked? One, I don't remember in which moment, but probably it was a little bit better. It was like not decisive. Yes,
No,
not
but here.
This 27
Yes, we checked. When it's bishop b3, probably. No,
Watch
or
me.
how it was. Yes, here.
Here maybe.
28.
28.
Probably this is was, yes. No.
It was impossible.
We checked some variation. It was more or less.
I think maybe here to this move.
In rook b1, yes, probably.
Okay, I also thought about bishop's 3 and to play f4 b3 also.
To take with pawn.
Yes, it looks dangerous, but after rook b1.
Yes, probably this is no.
Black.
Yeah, because rook b1 I didn't see at all. So
maybe
you
here.
Didn't analyze this move.
But Anna was in time trouble, so maybe
Okay.
it because of it.
Okay.
So maybe this way, rook b1, maybe something here.
Probably something else. I wanted to ask for both players. I asked already today yours, but nobody have ambitions. Like, what is your goal in this tournament?
I don't like risk questions.
Why?
I
No,
just,
because people told, okay, I just want to play well, but
yes, yes.
I don't know, Anna.
Yes.
What about you?
Okay, after the loss, it's not a good
No, but hey,
question.
still it's only 2 rounds and
Yes.
It's still a
Okay,
very long
but it
tournament.
matters anyways.
I just
Nobody wants
I
to
just
say
try
I
to
want
do my
be
best, of
first
course.
or- Yes, I try to. Yes, I understand.
But it's the sport. You can.
For example, if you take second place, you're happy or not?
Of course. Why not?
No?
Second place
Yes.
is a very
Okay.
nice
And
place.
It doesn't sound so bad after all. It can be worse.
No, I only wanted to know if somebody is clear.
Okay, if you ask some
Who
men, yes,
probably know that she's number 1. Okay, of course, for her probably second place. Yeah,
but she's still playing?
Still, yes.
But she has not those positions?
Yes, I think yes, but still, yes, it's. I think it's. No, Lubomir, how is the position of Hoif and Conero?
Is it lost?
It is probably very close to winning for Conero.
Yes,
Yes,
it looks
okay.
like.
We will see how you finished. Okay, thank you very much, girls. I think you should rest. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so let's see what is happening in after this press conference where I think Anna Muzichuk missed her chances in the middle game with Pogonina. And later, of course, she just collapsed because of the very bad queenside position. But Skripchenko was fighting quite well until a certain moment against Pierre Kremling, but it was difficult with pawn down to make that kind of, let's say, fortress and keep the position. Slowly by slowly, she was just improving. Pia Kramling was slowly improving her pieces, and she got total domination to win this game. Extremely interesting game is the one of the main favorites, which is Hu Yifan, because she was playing a very difficult position against Humpi Koneru during many moves. Her position was worse. I think this is the reason why she had to find only moves and to give an exchange and then to fight this end game with some slight chances still to hold the game, but it seems very difficult now for her as White is having a pass pawn, which is true, of G line, but this black pawn on B3 is also becoming dangerous. Of course, the best looking position is for her to play now Rook C8 move, and try to. I'm going to come to this position just something what. They made really many moves in this position. Just a minute. I'm just going to try to recover. Okay, so when we had this position on board, it happened that the game followed like rook h2, king here, king e5, and this was yes, and then it happened king g4, king e5, rook to a6 came rook to a6 in this position. Then king went to d5. This is, of course, yes. It's so king went to d5. Bishop went to f8. Bishop went to f8 in this position, and then king went to c6 to defend the pawn. The threat is now king b7, so she was obliged to play rook a7, and now rook a7, and now rook a to c2 move, because in order to keep this position, trying to make some even mating attacks. For example, if black would play a5, rook would come to c4, and then queen to c3, and then rook to b2, and when takes, maybe rook check. Then rook would come to check, and and it would be very close to winning, just a technical winning for Mrs. Coneru. So for that reason, it was necessary for her to play rook a7, and after rook a c2, she had no better move in this position but to play rook e7 and try to get this pawn. So after rook, that was the main line, yes, and then after rook c4 check, king f2, rook takes h5, king e6, king d7 was excellent move, and rook d6, now forcing to come to this c7, because c7 was very good, and now rook f6 was the only move, because on rook h6, of course, rook f5 would come. So rook f6 was the only move, and now we have this very interesting position which both players are running with their pawns, and to see if this is maybe on the edge of making draw or losing for black pieces. So we have this rook f4, then queen takes, then rook takes a4, bishop takes a6, and then pawn goes to f5, bishop f4 check came, king went to b7, and rook f7 check, king to c6, and you see this was some kind of she played first king e3. Sorry, in this position, she played first king e3, I think, here, and then it happened king e, bishop f4, rook b7, bishop rook d. She played rook d5 here, and then it happened g4. b4, sorry, this was before that the check was given here. Is it b4? Yes? Oh, sorry. Good.
Welcome to this press conference. We are going to talk with Almira Skripchenko and Pia Kramling. The game was very long, 67 moves, and finished with the victory of Pia. And good afternoon. Okay, what do you think about this game? What do you feel? And what was the opening surprise you prepared today for Almira?
I played I played E5, the move I never played before.
If you want to move?
Yes. So
Yes.
this
Yes,
yes.
because I usually play the Rosalima and then
Yes.
Pia never played this, of
I never
course.
played this before, but I thought, why not try this?
And I didn't check this line for quite a while, so I didn't remember
Yes, so
how. And especially with Bishop D6, it's I saw some games of Badur Jobava. I think he
Yes.
does these kind of
Yes,
things,
he
but
does
I
it.
couldn't remember anything. I don't know. I was thinking, okay, if Pia now starts to play like Jobava, then I was trying to exploit this. Actually,
What is the plan of Bishop D6? Which happened in the game?
It's
no?
just to defend on E5.
Yes, it's
actually.
just to defend on E5.
To develop and to defend.
and
on
then
E5.
to plan on D5 actually. So then,
yes.
like in Spanish.
I was thinking first Bishop C7 and Bishop A5, something like this, and changes Bishop. But I thought, okay, it's very strange.
There was never time, yeah, because she castled.
Yes,
so,
yes, of course.
So there was no time.
Actually, I don't like this A4 move. Maybe I should castle here. So because I lost the tempo.
Castle. Yes, castle.
Yes.
Yes, but would I play? Would I play castle, or maybe I would have gone the same Bishop C7? But okay, maybe castle. Let's see.
Yes, castle, the same thing. Because I'm not. You are not going to play Knight A5 here. So okay,
Yes.
maybe the same.
Okay, I go Bishop C7. Play the same.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But now it's yes. Now you can go Bishop E3.
Yes.
And if I go B6, maybe you can go
Queen
knight.
D2.
Yes, I go King H7.
You still use
Yes,
to?
I was very worried. I know you like to sacrifice. No, I didn't want you to take on H7.
No, but
H6, yes.
maybe then I can go
Yes,
Knight H2. I don't know.
That's what I thought. If I go B6 here, you can go Knight H2 now.
Yes.
And now
You can move.
B6. And now this plan is too slow. And now if I go some... Now next move is yes, now... Yes, now...
Because without A4, I'm just right in time, so maybe I can... And you cannot play D5.
Yes, no, now I cannot play this plan, because I guess you go... Okay, I can... yes, because now you will go Knight G4. So I will probably not play B6. I will play D6 here. In this position, I will go D6, not B6 here, because it's too slow.
Yes, D6. But okay, then it's actually what I wanted. So then
now you have what you wanted.
Yes, then and then okay, maybe I will not let you.
I'm not sure Bishop C7 actually, but I in the game I wanted it because I wanted to defend the E5, and I had this plan with Knight E7. But with this, I wasn't sure actually. I would put here.
Yeah, okay, this is a much better version, of course. I don't know, I don't need this A4 move. Okay, now that you play D6, maybe that I can play. I don't know, but somehow I mixed up all the positions in these variations. Like sometimes when you play knight f3, knight c3 with e5, then you have this bishop a4.
Yes.
I don't know.
Yes, now you got there in 2 moves
yes.
instead. Okay,
So and then what happened?
So I played bishop c7.
Yes, actually, okay, this is rather normal. Then knight e7, so I thought to myself, okay, now I have to make at least this move a4 work, because otherwise it just stand there. So
yes. Yeah, this was my plan when I
bishop
got in.
b3,
And now
yes,
b6.
b6, I don't know, a5, bishop b7. Okay, and now maybe I could.
I go king h7.
Yes, this I know, but maybe queen on d2 is a little bit better than, I'm not sure.
I didn't know if you somehow could use the squares, but I thought I play in the center, and it's very sound for black not to play in the center, even if I give you some square.
And can I change here? Yes, because that was the idea.
Yes, yes. I think if you should change, you should do it.
Yes, I should do it. Yes,
because
no,
you gave me
so
such active pieces.
Yes, that was the problem. Then the rook on it, you take
yes.
with the bishop, and then maybe I should do the same. So.
Rook e1, and let's see if I go d5 here. Yes.
Okay, then I take.
Try the same idea.
Yes,
knight
and
g6,
then yes, this.
and now knight g6.
Black is okay.
Yes, black of course is okay. Yes, I'm just trying.
Yes.
I'm just trying to have the better version of what we had in the game. So here.
Yes, because now we have the same game, but now I have.
Yes, okay. Now you don't have the rook on a8.
So now probably I would play rook a8. Probably I would play in this mode.
You would still you are not going to play f6.
I don't
like
know.
In the
Maybe
game.
no. I guess I go f6 or rook. Yes, let's see if I go f6. Maybe I was also even thinking on b5 in this
B5,
position.
yes.
B5 was too. But okay, maybe.
But I'm
go
not sure if you want to go b5.
You go b3. Yes.
Then b3 and then okay. And
I was also sometimes worried maybe they will become weak. I wasn't so sure.
Because I was going to play maybe knight d2 and then b4 at some point. I don't know.
So maybe I will go. Okay, let's say play the same, f6 here or knight. Or
but then maybe I can have queen e2.
Okay, I go queen a8. Yes, rook a8.
Rook a8.
Yes, I will go.
And then if I change.
Yes, this one. And
Here
this,
the queens. Yes.
Yes, maybe knight e7. Yes, first. Let's go with knight e7. I wasn't sure. Yes.
Knight d2.
And now I can rook a2.
Okay, too. But this is like a much better version than in the game. You spend
yes, it's much better.
And then you're not probably going here. Okay, let's see if I play just this.
And now I go b5.
You want to play b5?
My plan is b5.
She is knight f5, yes.
Okay, maybe I don't know b5. Maybe you just go knight b3. Maybe it's no problem.
I don't know, but this is such a position where either black will press you till the end.
Yes.
I just actually think.
But anyway, of course, this is you gave me a tempo.
Yes, I should have. But I think after this, I was trying to defend as I could. I'm not sure because I don't have anything much. So p exchange here. Here I decided to sacrifice because otherwise I would lose a pawn anyway.
I thought bishop d2 and I was thinking long, so yeah.
But after knight d5, I think rook b1 and then what?
Knight d5, you go rook b1.
Yes, and then there is not much progress to
Yes, no, that's what I thought. You can also play c3 maybe sometimes.
Yes, and then I will bring the king, then I'll bring the knight, and then. But I just have a question here. Okay, I sacrificed and I made a completely stupid move. Okay, what if I take?
Yes, you must take. This is what I thought. You just take. Yes, and I was.
I take, and here c4. Yes, of course. And then I was thinking, okay, how do you progress here?
Yes.
Check.
I wasn't sure if
just to cut the king. I don't know.
Yes, I can cut the king.
Check.
Yes.
King h2.
Here, but I wasn't sure if I would cut the king directly or if I would go.
But if I go rook f1.
Yes, you have to go f3. Yes.
No, wait, rook f1.
Yes, you have to go f3.
f3 and now rook e1. That's I'm not sure, but maybe it's still a draw, no?
And rook d6. You come here.
Maybe rook d1.
Okay, rook d1. I go. Let's go with the rook d1.
Yes, better rook d1. Okay. And this, I was afraid that I don't know. Maybe king h7.
Well, it's now it's white.
Yes, wait. Yes, I still rook
maybe
d6.
you go rook d6.
Yes, rook d6, king h7.
F7 in this case, no?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
No, why not rook d5? Maybe you can go just rook d5 in this position.
Oh, for that reason, better not to provoke f3.
Yes,
no. Rook d6 to have e4.
Yes, that's what I thought. It's better
yes,
not
then
rook
okay.
d1
then
immediately.
rook d1 immediately
yes.
here.
You know, I didn't know how this
how to evaluate
how it
but
was.
There are winning chances here.
But if I go f3 myself, that's okay.
But now I have a tempo more. Now maybe I go king h. Which way I come up with the king?
You can try, yes.
King h7 maybe?
Yeah, king h7. Okay, and now rook d6. I cut you from here.
I go g6.
G6.
No,
no,
go G6.
No, but how can you win
Maybe
this?
play B5. No, B5 is too optimistic. No.
No, I think it's a draw.
It's,
very close to a draw.
Yes, because later c4, b6.
This is very. Yes, that's.
I don't see yes because when I played during the game I was thinking, okay, why didn't I take on e5? And then the whole game I was thinking that why I didn't take on e5.
Yeah, you had to take.
Yes, of course. Yes,
it was obligation. To
yes, of course. But the thing is that here
yes,
I played c4 because I had this crazy idea that on bishop c3 and I wanted to play knight h4. that's why I didn't take. But then check, king h2.
And bishop e1.
Bishop e1, yes. And then the thing is that bishop f2, yes, g7, this.
King h8, better.
Or king h8,
It's better,
yes.
king
And
h8.
then, yes. Cancel.
Cancel.
Cancel. And take. Yes, king h8.
And now rook g, what do you want to be rook g6?
Okay, but it's difficult now.
Yes, and the thing is then h4 is coming and
you have to play rook g6.
Yes, rook g6 the only
Now
move.
h4?
Yes, h4, and that's what I saw,
Yes,
and I
and
didn't know.
you
Yes,
lose.
I
You're
was.
losing.
Yes, and I saw this only later, so that's why I wanted to activate my knight, and then I saw then.
Maybe the rook ending is not. It's
And
not
is
enough.
there some crazy like here bishop b1 like g4?
Yes.
Is it possible?
No, I take knight
Take
f5
knight
and
f5.
f3.
F3.
I think I should go f3, no? Because it looks like I have a very no. Don't I have a very now?
Okay, rook g7.
Maybe not.
King.
No, maybe no. F3 is too much. No, go back. F3 is too much. So this you go g4.
Maybe you should take.
Yes, first we take.
First take.
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 Can I take?
But wait. The last move g4. Maybe I just take on g3.
No, but why do you take, actually? Yes. I mean...
Okay, where do you take?
Sorry. Yes, g4, okay.
First take on g4, no?
Yes.
Take on g4.
First.
Yes, first take.
And later bishop f2.
Yes, this.
Knight f5.
Just, I don't know. Well, it
What
looks.
was wrong with f3?
No, now because now I don't have g takes h5, h6. No. But of course I think after this it's lost. I just had to take on a5 here. I really knight e5.
Yes.
No, not c4. So knight e5. c4. Is there any way to?
Probably it was something psychological. You didn't want this double pounds to make it, or something like this.
No, it just I don't know. I wanted to activate my knight. I completely forgot. Actually, because I was thinking that Pia would play bishop b8 and I would play knight
you have to
h4.
play rook d2 immediately. Move.
Rook d2 without
Rook
check.
d2.
But
Rook
okay.
d2. e4 is a threat, so you have to be careful.
Yeah, so maybe f3.
So
f3,
yes.
and now I play b5. Now let's see what's happening.
Because
your king is on a first. Maybe this is one tempo which is enough, but probably not. No. King h7. First play king h7. Play first king h7.
Yes, to avoid the check.
Yes. Okay.
Now this is the plan. But now maybe king f1.
Still,
king f1. No, because g2 is weak. No, wait a moment. So king h7 is a good move. Yeah.
And what if I play
rook d5?
Rook d5. Rook d5.
No, but rook d5 is.
Up with the king, yes?
Yes, but no, but rook d5 I play g6 simply.
G6, or you don't want to go up with the king?
G6.
Why don't go up? I don't want to play.
Now it's lost chance. She has no moves.
Okay, king
Now
f1.
she has no moves.
Why? But what?
Okay, it doesn't matter. King f1, you just go king h6 or something, whatever.
Okay, we put
No,
the
okay, let's. No?
Yes, this is on.
Yes.
Okay, so come with the king then.
King g7, yes.
King g7, yes.
Okay, to take here. Okay, let's check maybe.
Okay, king h6. Let's
Again, I don't know because we're.
Oh, okay, yeah, whatever.
Okay.
Doesn't
No,
matter.
rook d5. No, rook. No, now
Then
b5.
b5.
No, go rook
b5.
d5. No, go rook d5.
Rook d5. Okay,
Go
so.
yes, rook d5.
Okay, let's see this now. Rook d5. Now that is it.
So
This is the
maybe.
position which might be.
This was probably my best option during
No,
the
it
game
was,
ever.
it was,
Yes,
definitely.
ever.
It was the only option.
Yes, you know,
I don't know.
I didn't look at anything else. I was so surprised. And
No,
this is
no,
what,
just because I was only thinking that you were going to play bishop f8. I was also so surprised that you played bishop e5. Because on bishop f8 I was going to play knight h4.
Yes.
And then
yes.
knight g6, and then I don't know because.
Yes, no, but you get very active there.
Yes,
but
then,
you're spreading to win my bishop.
Yes,
all
exactly,
the time.
exactly. But
So I think it will be repetition. No moves.
But you made mistake. You should play immediately bishop e5 move, then you're winning rook endgame.
Ah, you
Bishop-
mean
bishop
it's,
D6,
yes,
you lost the tempo.
yes, exactly. But okay, I don't think that
Bishop, yeah, I go bishop.
bishop b5.
Immediately, then
know-
you're winning the rook endgame.
Yes, let's go back. You know, I was so because I didn't realize rook d7.
Yes,
I didn't realize rook d7.
You gave her an important tempo
Yes,
that she get this.
yes. So
Bishop
bishop
e5
e5
immediately.
Yes.
Here.
And now rook c2 is a threat. She has no choice now.
Yes.
No, she must take.
Yes,
No,
I
no,
have
must-
to take.
Take,
Yes.
take, and now you play c4, and
C4.
you
And now I
play
have rook d2.
And you
Okay.
play rook d2, and now it's over. Now
Yes.
the game is over.
Now it's over. Yes.
Ah, yes, exactly.
Yes,
So that
now
was a
it's
better.
over, yes.
Yes,
But
so
okay.
this was the correct way of play. But when you miss this,
No, because I think you played bishop d6 with the idea bishop f8, and then you saw that I'm coming with knight h4, knight g6 after rook d7. It actually goes like this. So because here, in this position after rook
this is over now,
d7, because
there is no move.
Yes.
if she plays here, then I was playing
Knight h4.
yes, knight h4,
Yes, you have
and
good
then
compensation.
yes, I
yes.
have good compensation.
Yes,
So
On
that's
king
why.
h7, you have no problems. King h7.
Yeah, but
you-
rook if you can king h7,
But
King h7,
even
rook d8.
yes,
Rook d8, bishop e7.
and now you
And
come
then
back.
I come
rook
back.
Come
d7.
back,
Yes.
rook b1 check,
Check. Okay,
Then-
check and okay.
and rook e1 probably.
And rook e1. Yes, but now knight f5.
But this
Knight
is
f5,
yes, my
and then
knight
you
is
go-
so active
you
here.
move
Then
back to
yes,
f8. But
yes.
still, this is very passive for.
Yeah, this is like a much better version for what I could get. Yeah, I missed my only chance actually by
And I
knight
also missed my
f5.
shot. So I
And
missed-
later it was more or less clear, no?
Yes, no, yes,
Okay.
later than the end game, it just I was defending for a long time, but black was winning all the time because she found the plan with b5. Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So let's
Okay.
let's finish. Thank
Yes,
you very
thank
much.
you because there is another
we
game
also-
coming.
Yes.
Thank you.
Before nothing interesting. For me, it will. Okay. Welcome to this press conference. We are going to speak now with Hampi Konerui Huifan. It was the last game of this day, and 75 moves, and Koneru Hampi won. So, good afternoon. It's first critical moment, no?
Yeah. Somehow I think I shouldn't go queen d8. Probably I should start with queen d4. And if knight f3, something like queen c5. But I'm not sure about this position even then. Here e5. Yeah. So this is the major threat in the whole game. If white managed to achieve this plan, it's finish.
Yes, that's good.
That's clear. So I don't know actually where I went wrong also, because here I was also thinking of playing this knight to e5.
I think it was one game like this. I was checking, and it was only one game with this move, and another night
and
it's
then
novelty.
queen
already.
d2. So this is on the kind of position. But okay, if knight moves, then queen e3. But okay, here queen d1. So I'm forced to take on g5 because h6 I'm simply losing with knight h3, and then just queen bf6, queen g4, and queen h5. It's lost.
Ivan, are you agree?
Yeah.
Yes.
So bg5. There instead of bg5, maybe hg5 is more powerful. I felt so at the game. No, it is having more flexibility here. Like maybe sometimes in the h5 you can get a chance. And basically the plan is to play e5 and knight e4. Okay, after this position I'm happy. Like I managed to keep control over the squares.
You were thinking you were
yes,
better?
not sure whether
yes
I'm
or
better,
not?
but
you
I'm
were
free
thinking
now.
you had enough compensation here?
Well, there is
no.
some. I mean, it's
Yeah.
not the end of the game, but wow.
Yeah, before it was more trouble for black, but now it's a bit more clear because of this control over the squares. Okay, I think here, okay, queen e5, I suppose queen b1.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, it's going to be regrouped like queen d1, and so I prefer this rook.
Danger for you little bit, no?
Yeah.
Because king it's quite weak.
Okay, this is more or less normal. Okay, here I don't know how to actually improve. Okay, I just tried a move bit. Okay, I was probably I was just trying to see what my opponent used here. But okay, after this, I think this position is always slight better for black.
Better for black.
Yeah. But
Yes.
okay, it's quite a long game with ideas, but I could say like towards the end. Okay, this was a very interesting end game, but here, yes, this was clear mistake. I completely overlooked bishop d8 move. Here I should play b2, rook b1, rook b5, g6. Okay, if g7, take queen, check, and then queen. Okay, I saw this position, but I thought maybe simply if I could take this pawn, I'll continue with this thread, but that was clearly, I just missed this, and then, okay, now I think it's already very close to draw. Here, I think rook c6. King c6, g6, yeah, this should be drawn. If g7, take, king f5. And this
You think?
I think
Looks
so.
like
King
black king very
d7?
close, no?
It's
It's
winning.
not. Sorry. It's
King
winning.
d7,
Yeah, g7
just-
king f6. Yeah, king e8. Yeah. So it's not there. Yeah. It's not there. So, okay, this is blunder, but yeah, I just overlooked it. Very short of times. I thought this was going to be a draw. I missed this clearly. Yeah.
Okay.
But this was more precise.
You want to add something? Because...
No, it's fine.
Yes, but about opening or something, because you
Oh,
passed
wow.
very
Yeah,
fast.
just interesting. Yeah.
It was some surprise for you or not? In the
Not
opening, not? You were well prepared, but later...
Oh, well, it's just a normal play and a normal game.
Okay, it's nothing... Okay, girls, you are tired probably. I let you to rest, okay? Thank you very much.
Thank you.